Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it's Friday night, and welcome back for another rousing edition of Heavy Metallurgy. I'm your co-host, Alan, from the Let's Talk Metal YouTube channel. I am joined, as always, well, almost always. There was that 1 week he was off, watching Britney Spears, but almost always by the ineffable Marty. Marty, how are we doing this evening?
Doing good. It's good to see everybody. Rick, good to see you as well.
Yep, good to be back.
Yes, Rick has joined us this evening. Great to see you.
And when we were talking about who we would bring in to suffer along with us, Rick is the first name that rolled out of both of our mouths. It was like, Jinx, buy me a Coke.
Yep.
Yeah, there might be some extra of this stuff going on tonight. Yeah.
That's quite all right. We knew we would need somebody with a good sense of humor, but also somebody who is, pretty not just quick-witted, but also quick on their feet, able to keep up because it may be kind of a crazy evening. Marty, why is it going to be a crazy evening?
Well, we're doing kind of a fan favorite show tonight, the Keeper Reap series, where two album picks are paired against each other, and the person has to choose one to have and hold and cherish forever in sickness and in health, and the other one you never ever get to hear again is wiped from your memory banks and shot into the dark void. But tonight we're switching it up a little bit. We thought it was due time that we had our wonderful viewers to chime in and be the ones to administer the pain this evening. Alan, how are we going to do this since we haven't really discussed this too much?
Yeah, that's a good point. So a few things before people start randomly flinging pairs of albums at us and then complaining that we can't call them all out. What we're going to do, just to get the ball rolling for a few minutes while people are signing on and getting settled in with their beer and snacks and such, is that Marty, Rick, and I have each picked just a couple of pairs to get the game started. That way, also, for folks that haven't seen one of these Keeper Reap episodes before, they can kind of get the hang of it a little bit. But after that, we are going to be looking in the chat for ones that we'll all have to answer. And we'll basically take turns choosing. So, Rick will look in the chat, see a pair that catches his eye, and he'll be like, okay, so-and-so has asked which of these we would keep or reap, and we'll have to make our decision. Then I'll look in the chat, pick a pair, put it on the screen, and we'll do the same thing. And so we'll rotate through as many as we can. We don't want to go too fast and not give people a chance to think about them. But we'll try to go at a reasonable pace to keep up with the chat. A few things to note. Again, we're not going to be able to put every single pair up on screen. So apologies ahead of time. If there's one that you really want us to pick, you may have to put it up there a few times over the course of the evening.
One way you could post it to the top is with a super chat. That will get our attention.
Look at
real fast. There we go. See how that works? You slide that in there.
Look at you pimping us out.
Yeah, you want to make sure your shit gets called out. Slip us a little. Right, what does that money do, Alan? What does it do?
Pays for my crack addiction?
You mean your new wave of British heavy metal addiction?
Yeah, what kind of crack did you think I was talking about?
I don't know. Plumber's
crack?
You
sick little monkey. Yes, no, money, of course, goes to help support the channel. It pays for StreamYard fees, helps us have some money to do equipment upgrades if microphones or computers, things like that, conk out. But yes, now you certainly do not have to make a donation to get your thing noticed this evening. But again, if there's a lot of noise and things being proposed in the chat, it may take a while. Apologies, we're not playing favorites. It's just going to be, hey, here's a pair that looks interesting. Let's throw this out to all three of us and see what we can come up with. You can come up with pairs that are fun. You can come up with pairs that are mean. You can come up with pairs that may be really interesting to play off of one another. One other thing to keep in mind is that in some cases, you may propose albums that we're just not familiar with. So, maybe that two of us can chime in and somebody else may just have to say, I've never heard either of those. Sorry, I can't really make a choice since I don't know anything about them. But we're going to make a good faith effort here to pick them as best we can. So I think everybody knows the rules. As Marty said, two albums get named. One of them you can keep and listen to as much as you want. The other you are never allowed to hear again. And there's no loopholes, no cheating. You can't go listen to it in your buddy's car. You can't go see the band live when they're playing the album, from start to finish on some special 30th anniversary tour. Nope, you don't get any of that. The album
This is for
gone.
real, everybody.
That's right. We track you down, we take your records, and we break them over a mailbox out in your front yard.
Wait, so I guess the greatest hits can't apply in this case either in some form, or is that a loophole?
Nope.
Okay, no comment.
I got two more things to add here before we
You knew what you
begin.
were signing up for, Rick.
Right. Keep in mind, folks, there's like a 9-second delay from the live chat to when we get it. So it'll take a minute. And like I said, I mean, there's already over 50 people in here tonight. And like Alan said, we're not going to be able to get everything or everybody. So this is for fun. We're going to do the best we can to keep up. And, while we're talking and considering a pair, don't be bombarding us with it, because we're trying to do this talk and pay attention to the chat. There's 3 of us. Rick's going to help too. He's got a digital worksheet he's working off of because he's smart.
I'm the young one here, man.
Yeah. And also, one more thing to make note of: if you would go to the chat section, you will notice a link to the Dreadful Minutes. That is Rick's channel, YouTube channel. He's a friend of the show. He's a friend of ours, and it's a great channel. You should definitely go subscribe. Get this man up the list a little bit longer, a little higher, get him closer to that 1,000 subs. Also, there's a link in the description to Let's Talk Metal, which thank you to your kind subscribing generosity has gotten Alan over the 1,000 subscriber mark last week. Yeah. So cheers to all you, and cheers to that. And
and that is a good point worth reiterating, Marty. If we're in the middle of debating someone else's post, that's going to be like the worst time for you to post new choices, because that's the time we're least likely to be looking at the chat and seeing what you're coming up with. So if we're in the middle of deliberations, just hold tight. And then
I guess Alan, whatever is decided, we'll just post it up as a comment up here so people know what the hell we're talking about.
Yep.
When we bring
we'll try to get them up there on screen, if at all possible, for folks to see, so that if somebody is just listening to this and not able to sit and watch the screen, we'll say them out loud, try to repeat it a few times, but we'll also get it up here on the screen so that viewers always hopefully know what the heck it is we're trying to choose between.
And again, a super chat will probably get you a little quicker consideration than the rest. Just saying.
You shake that ass, Marty. You shake that ass. You work it, girlfriend.
Shake that money maker for sure. But without further ado, we're going to start with Mr. Contreras here and find out what he is going to get us started off with.
Yeah. Again, we'll do just 1 or 2 pairs ourselves, and then we'll dive right into the chat.
Yeah.
And actually, you had one thing to say about this as we were getting started that I thought was an interesting.
Yeah, I thought I'd make a comment just because, first of all, just so people know, we're in what 3rd, 4th iteration of this thing. So
it's been a few.
Right. So I think all the big obvious albums have been kind of shown in the previous streams, which is cool. So it kind of forces you to sort of kind of pick a little bit. So anybody who's in the comments has not seen the other episodes, what I mean? It's so that may be one reason why maybe a pair may not be chosen, because it's already been talked about. Also, there's a bit of a little bit of a generational difference. So I think the whole thing with this series with the Keep or Reap is that there's a personal attachment to these albums. So it's not always what is objectively the better album. I mean, this is Keep or Reap. So sometimes what may be objectively, I don't even know if that's a thing with music, but what people may decide is the better album may not be the one we keep per se, because we may have more of an attachment to something else. I know you guys have been showing, you've had Jurgen on, you had Mike, Simon, and you guys are a little older. So I think some of the stuff you guys have been showing have been stuff from your teen years, mostly, I think, from the 80s and whatnot. I wasn't a teen in the 80s. What is that?
I was just showing off some random beer I've got. Sorry, didn't mean to distract you.
I was like, is that a band soda? Because I've never seen that one. But so I think that by bringing me on, which I thought was a peculiar choice, but I think that in this case, it's maybe I can offer a little bit of a different perspective just from having a few years delayed, I guess you could say.
Are you saying you're better than us and all our other guests, Rick?
Well, not so many 15,000 words. If anything, it's probably there was some stuff I was trying to pull. This was a lot harder than I thought. Fuck, because there's also some genres I know that sometimes may not cater to some tastes. So I left a lot of the grindcore aside. Alan.
Yeah, there's no point in asking me to choose between two grindcore albums. There's just not.
I'll just settle for the t-shirt. Good enough. All right. So you want me to get this going and
let's get it going. The natives are getting restless.
All right. So I decided to do something kind of interesting. So I went with something fun in this case, and these are two albums I like very much. And I have one on my tape fell somewhere. Here it is.
They always do in the corner of the thing that holds the J, the flippy thing intact always breaks. So
sucks because I try to keep the format same, like to CDs and vinyl, but I don't always have the format of every album, as much as I'd like to. So anyway, like I said, I went for fun and I decided to try Gwar's debut, Scumdogs of the Universe.
That's not their debut, actually. Hello is their debut.
And Hello's their debut?
Yeah. That's their second album.
See, I'm off to a great start.
So it is a common mistake with Gwar. A lot of people forget about Hello.
Hello is more punky, but it's a great record.
I get some of the punky in this too, which is why I love it. And
that's also a really good record. That's the first two are my favorite Gwar albums.
And it just, I just love this album. And this is one that, I've, got me through my teen years. And I've since lost the original tape, which sucks. So this is a reissue I've acquired recently. And then went with S.O.D.
Oh.
And I figured
it's a fun pair. I like this.
That is a fun pair for sure.
They're years apart, but I figured this is something that there's some humor here. There's some humor that I think may not be quite PC in some extent for some people.
Nope. Gwar PC.
I'll let y'all decide what that is.
Thanks, Frosty.
But I don't know how attached you guys are to any of these, but
I don't know what that means. Oh, I thought he gave us a super chat. Never mind. I take back my thank you. Anyway.
All right. Well,
or maybe he did. I can't tell. Anyway.
Yes, Frosty has contributed to the cause.
So I didn't. It didn't understand. It didn't go up at the top like it normally does. Thanks for that, Frosty.
There we go.
Sorry, we're making money over here, Rick. We're just gonna sit there and hold it and wait. Okay.
I hear the little cash register sound going up as I hold this up. So if I put this down, with the sound stop? I'll keep.
Oh, that's good. We got her now. So Scumdogs versus S.O.D. March of their Speak English or Die.
I
know where I'm going with this. It might be the controversial pick.
You can go ahead, Marty. I'm going to have to chew on this one for a second.
I think song for song, pound per pound, Scumdogs is a better album than Speak English or Die. I like the guitar tone. I like some of the songs on the S.O.D. album, but there's a lot of silliness on that record. Always has been, always will be. I like it, but obviously Scumdogs is silly as well, but the songs are really quite kick-ass. They're great musicians. Odorous has got a super unique voice, and it's cool that Al Jurgensen and Paul Barker mixed a couple songs on the album as well. Gave it the Hypoluxa shine, and I think it was I Saw Yig is the song, and I can't remember the other one. But for me, it's Scumdogs. I think it's a much better album. It's my favorite Gwar album, to be honest. And there's no doubt that the S.O.D. is an influential record. I don't know if it's necessarily influential. It's just fun. It's just a fun record.
Well, that's why I went with these. It's just a blast. I think when my non-metalhead friends, when I put this thing on, it was just a lot of can't get into municipal waste, but they can get into this.
No, it makes sense. I think I would have to. Yeah, I think I would follow Marty's lead on this one. Both fun albums, but Marty's right. In terms of just song quality, you're going to get a little more mileage out of Scumdogs. S.O.D. is fun, but there are a bunch of kind of little throwaway, in between tracks here and there on S.O.D. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Frosty.
Thank you, man. What do you need to get your picks? So get your picks.
Frosty's like, I'm going to the front of the line, bitches.
Yeah, Frosty's just jumped to the front of the line, so screw all you guys. So get that up here, Frosty. We'll get you up here.
All right.
Oh,
What
what
do
was
you-
meant to be fun quickly just turned into a cash grab.
What do you guys think?
Money, give me the money!
Where's the crowd lean on for this one? I'm getting a lot of S.O.D. And I figured there's probably not a whole lot of Gwar fans, maybe just not as familiar with their catalog. But I see if you're going to start, this is probably a really good one. You know, this is a band that doesn't have a whole lot of albums, you could say, but,
Yeah,
but, this,
well,
but this is a really
they
good
had
one.
two albums in a 7-inch.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That was one reason I wanted to stop and think about it. Is it's like, yeah, that's kind of the only or almost the only S.O.D material. So, but like Marty said, that's if it's not the best Gwar album, it's awfully close to the best one. So, yeah, I'll stick to Scum Dogs. But yeah, that's a fun pair.
All right.
What are you going with there, Rick?
So I definitely have a lot more of an attachment with this one. I might have gave that away just by bringing this up a whole lot. But although I do love this album, it's a, you know, I put this on, I just giggle like a schoolgirl just with all the immaturity and everything going on. You know, but if I had to reap one, just per se, it's just I'm gonna go with Gwar. So I just love it that much, and which is funny because this is really the only album I would do this with. Had it been any other Gwar album, I probably would have leaned. On
Yeah, I might have kept America Must Be Destroyed. That'd be the other Gwar album that might have won out.
Check out Hello, Hell/O. It's their debut album, Rick. It's really good. It's punk. It's a lot more punk, but it's good. It's a good record.
I've listened to that. I just, for some reason, I never put the order together that is.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people get Hello out of order. I've noticed that. It's not just you.
All right.
All right.
Alan, you're next. Good pick, Rick. Good one. Good way to start off.
Yes, a good start.
Thanks.
All right, a pair for y'all to consider. Since we've got Rick, I tend to think of he has a very broad taste in music, but I do think of him as kind of doom centric. So I'll start with a doomy pair. Let's pair Candlemass's Nightfall against Black Sabbath's Mob Rules. So you've got Candlemass Nightfall or Black Sabbath Mob Rules.
Rick
immediately reaches
I just want to be the first one to say asshole.
Got to show the chat how it's done here, folks.
Nah, it's an easy choice. It's just not a great choice.
Sometimes there is no great choice here. But Rick, do you have an answer, or you need to think for a minute?
Okay, I will say the Dio era is my favorite era.
Mine too. And that's not. I mean, I love Ozzy, but the Dio era is exceptional.
And Dio is my favorite singer.
Yeah.
So I'm a little biased there.
That's okay.
Although I like Messiah as my favorite Candlemass singer at the same time. So you went with my favorite singers of the eras, those particular bands. Shit. But I do love that Candlemass album also. But it's actually not my favorite Candlemass album. But I think that not to have to listen to one of those ever again, that you're killing me here.
I only get one shot at this tonight before we go to the chat, perhaps. So I had to make it count.
So, had you went Ancient Dreams, I think my choice would have been a lot harder, though. But I'm gonna stick with Mob Rules for this one. It's just I just love that era way too much.
Okay, fair enough. Marty, what about you?
No brainer for me. Nightfall is my favorite Candlemass album, but Mob Rules is my favorite Sabbath record, and it's a great, perfect album. Dio on fire. Can't not ever hear that one again. I mean, but there's Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell is a great record, but it's not Mob Rules.
Those albums are distinct from one another for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Mob Rules. I don't even feel that bad about it, to be honest. How about you, Alan?
I think I would have to follow suit. I love both albums to death, but there are some other Candlemass albums that are at least similar to Nightfall, maybe not quite as good, but yes, you still have Ancient Dreams, you still have Tales of Creation. There's other really top-notch, Messiah albums from Candlemass. Dio, Black Sabbath, you've got those two albums, and Mob Rules is one of those, really, really high-ranking albums for any band from any era for me. So I could not give that one up for Nightfall. I will reap Nightfall. Sadly, it's got some perfect songs on it, but got to keep the Mob Rules.
I think this is a little testament to just how good Candlemass's catalog is. I think in general, which like you said, it's just with the quality of everything they got there. But I think there are other albums that can tickle that spot.
Exactly.
Now that Nightfall's gone.
Exactly. All right, Marty, let's let you do a pair. I think after this, we maybe just jump straight into the chat because,
I'm fine with that. Yeah,
I think we're good to go after this. But Marty gets one. Marty gets one here.
So my buddy down in Grand Haven, Lance, affectionately known as the Death Lance, he sent me a text last night saying I'm not going to be able to make it live, and I wanted to give you guys a pick. So he asked me if I would show these to you guys and see where the chips fall. And we got Metallica's Master of Puppets,
okay,
versus Megadeth's Rust in Peace.
Somebody else had Megadeth. I don't know if it was that Megadeth. I'll have to check. I saw an interesting Megadeth pairing in the chat earlier. I may use later, but okay. Ooh, that's a good pair.
Well, there's what 86 Masters came out, 90 Rust in Peace came out. So there's a few years difference here.
A little bit, yep.
Maybe the best effort from both bands, perhaps, depending on how you want to slice it. But
you can make a case for that for sure.
Yeah. I say.
Go ahead. If you're ready, Rick, go ahead.
Go ahead, Rick.
Well, I'll tell you where I stand on both bands. It's so I kind of fell off of Megadeth over the years, just post 2000s, just because I don't know. I didn't feel like the quality output was quite what it was back in the 80s is where it's at for me. Although I came into I came into them with Countdown to Extinction, and then from there on. But I came to Rust in Peace a little later in high school. Metallica kind of has always been there, and that's a band that's kind of it's just I could put on any time and have no complaint, especially the first 4 albums. But I think over the years, I've grown more and more attached to that earlier Megadeth catalog, and not as much with Metallica, simply because I just listened to it so much. If I was on a desert island, I don't feel like those songs are already in my head. They're kind of just burns on my memory. So I love Master of Puppets. It's actually not my favorite Metallica album. I would say the one preceding that one would be, but I think that one's very, very close on the scoreboard. But Rust in Peace is probably the one of the Megadeth albums is the one I would keep returning to more often. So I would definitely miss that one more if I had to choose one. Gun to my head.
You do. That's the whole point of the game.
That's the game. Yeah.
I just love that album that much. That Metallica album, it's great. I've listened to it so many times, and it's comfort food.
I've listened to both of these a lot, a lot.
And that's why I did the kind of predicate of I arrived at Rust in Peace a little later than I did Metallica, so it's fresher to me, even though it's been years. But even then, that's my favorite Megadeth album.
Yep. Alan, how about you? Where you fall on this pairing from the Death Lance?
I actually fall very much in line with what Rick said. They're both excellent albums. If I line them up side by side, song by song, Master of Puppets might come out a little ahead. However, I've heard Master of Puppets so much. That album, to be frank, I was pretty burned out on it by the time I finished high school. That was like the soundtrack to my junior year, I feel like. So yeah, if I never get to hear it again, that's okay. It's like Rick said, it's pretty much etched into my memory. I don't have to hear it again. While I've played Rust in Peace a lot, it's not that deeply ingrained in my head. And it's a very good album, killer album. I don't know if I call it Megadeth's best album, but it is a fantastic record. So I would keep Megadeth, and in this case, I would reap Metallica.
Yep, it's, for all the crying and misery that Dave Mustaine felt for getting thrown out of his band back in the day. I mean, this album alone kind of snakes devil shits all over anything Metallica's done. I mean, just for the fact of pure technical prowess, the guitar work is stellar, second to none. I mean, both of these are great albums. They really are masters. I mean, I'm a little tired of it, I guess. But this is like one of the albums that got me into the heavier stuff, and that I'll Ride the Lightning was the first. This was the second. But this, for me, I mean, other than Dawn Patrol, really, the songs on here are great. I mean, there's some great guitar work and songwriting. Dave sounds fantastic. I could never not hear this album again. It's so good. This one, you got Ride the Lightning, you got Kill 'Em All. It's really, I'd be okay not hearing this one
Between
again.
the playing and the production too, it's just stellar.
Yeah.
I think they really hit their highs, but that's a really good Dave FU album, What's that band? Thinking they were still not quite getting along during that time.
Well, Alex, thank you for your $10 thing. Put your pairing down below, and we're going to start off now with Frosty, who's the first one to throw some money at us. And I've got Metal Mayhem. I got yours wrote down. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it in the chat, but we'll start off with Celtic Frosty here, and he has suggested 2 Canadian classics from our youth: Sacrifice for Determination versus Razor Violent Restitution.
Oh,
that's a great pairing, by the way.
Yep. Frosty, diving right into the deep end. Let's see. Do you want to leave that up, Marty, so that
shit. Yeah, I was going hunting for the other one here.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm trying to already this is going to be a pain in the ass to keep up with. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, we'll get through it just fine. But yeah, this is a nice pair.
Nice pair.
Let's see. Rick, do you want to tackle this? You want me to dive in on it for a minute?
This was actually not too hard. Sacrifice, I don't have a whole lot of history with.
Okay.
Other than I do have Tormented Fire, and I'm slowly getting myself reacquainted back with the catalog. So I've been listening to them kind of sporadically. They're one of those bands out of Canada, right? So it's I haven't listened to a lot of. It's like getting into Voivod a lot more recently. I'm just getting reacquainted with a lot of these Canadian bands. But with Razor, Violent Restitution's one I am familiar with and do love. So at this particular time, it would be really hard for me to reap that one and go with Sacrifice, which I'm still kind of warming up to in the catalog. But I do love Tormented Fire. So if For Determination, it's a lot like that one, I don't see why.
It's a little more polished, but it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, for me on this one, that's my favorite Sacrifice album. I like that one a little more than Torment and Fire. That's one of, if not my favorite, Razor albums. So yeah, it's a tough pair. I think though I would keep the Razor. Just if nothing else, the opening to that album is so crazy with that, just insane scream with hypertension and martial arts. I think I'd have to keep the Razor and let the Sacrifice go. I'd have to sacrifice the Sacrifice for the Razor.
Right.
So Marty, what about you?
It'd be a shame to let the Razor go for me, but that Sacrifice album was a big part of my teenage years. I've spun that thing a million times. It's a classic to me. It's my favorite by them. I mean, I like Torment and Fire as well, but they got a little more influenced by Metallica a bit and kind of streamlined their songs and better production. I've always loved that album. So yeah, for me, it's got to be Sacrifice for Determination.
Okay.
I'm going to get to Alex and Yacht Rock Guy here in a second, but I found Metal Mayhem, so I'm going to put it up because it's a good one for Alan.
Okay.
Atlantean Codex, The Course of Empire, or Jag Panzer's Ample Destruction?
Yeah, I kind of knew Steve was going to do this. This is not unexpected.
This is an easy one for me.
Yeah, this sucks because that's one of the best metal albums of the 1980s versus one of the best metal albums from the past 10 years. And both are absolutely glorious. So, Steve, we're not friends anymore, just to be clear. But yeah. I know what I'm going to pick, and I have a reason for it. I would keep the Jag Panzer because while Jag Panzer has other good albums in their catalog, nothing else comes close to Ample Destruction. Atlantean Codex has two other extremely good albums in the same vein as Course of Empire. Course may be their best, but if I lose that, I can still play White Goddess and the first album, and you still have the original EP and stuff. So it would suck losing a chunk of the Codex, but there's plenty of other fantastic stuff in the Codex catalog. I like a lot of the other Jag Panzer material also, but Ample Destruction is up here, and the rest of the Panzer stuff is here. Except Dissident Alliance, which is somewhere buried beneath my house close to the core of the planet. It's one of the worst albums you could ever want to hear. So, there's always ample room for Jag Panzer on my shelf. I guess I'd have to find a new course for the Empire. I'm going to make it work however I can.
Rick, do you have any dog in this fight?
Not so much for Jag Panzer. That was one of those bands I'm kind of kicking myself for ignoring them for so many years. You know, I've been hearing a lot of good things, and it's just one that I've never really. As a matter of fact, I used to have a buddy back in college who used to rip on that band just because he just like thought the name was just really funny, and and I'm very impressionable. And I'm like, well, why not go along? And this is before the internet was prevalent as it was, and didn't really dive in and discover this for myself to find out how much my friend sucked. But Atlantean Codex is a band I've gotten to not too long ago, and that's totally up my alley. This whole epic doom, I like how grandiose it is, and that's definitely a band that actually I've been recommending to others. I don't have that particular album. The Golden Bow and the White Goddess are fucking amazing. So in this case, my dog in the fight would just by default lean to Atlantean Codex.
Me too. This is a no-brainer. I like Jag Panzer's Ample Destruction, but that Atlantean Codex record is exceptional. And out of all the Atlantean Codex I've heard, it's my favorite. It's really good. I mean, it is amazing epic metal. It's like if modern epic metal, if epic metal is going to exist, I want this band leading the charge because they are doing.
They are. Yeah,
they're great. They're not ripping anybody off. They're doing their own thing, and they're writing some amazingly deep songs with amazing musicianship, super heady, super smart lyrics, great singer.
They don't rely on the cliches that sometimes weigh down epic metal. They have like almost zero cheese about them, which can be a problem with some epic bands. This is not Dungeons and Dragons, hail my magic sword as I ride the unicorn stuff. This is deep shit.
Yep. Okay. Alex, I haven't seen yours yet. I'm going to jump into Yacht Rock Guy here.
Yacht's got one.
Discordance Access, The Inalienable Dreamless, or Pig Destroyer Terrifier.
I do not know either of these albums, so I cannot chime in on this one. Sorry, Yacht.
That's an easy one. Pig Destroyer for me. I'm more familiar with the catalog. Discordant Access, I know they've been around a while, but that's another band that, down my checklist that I have not quite sat down and explored enough. I'm a little, I'm into grind, but I'm still quite picky, when it comes to a lot of those bands, and so I kind of just take my time with it. And when I'm in the mood, so it's not my default go-to genre, but when the mood strikes, it definitely scratches that itch. But, I think with Pig Destroyer, it's a band I've been into probably 20 years. That's where I lean to.
What about you,
Okay.
Marty?
Pig Destroyer is gonna have to be for me, just for the fact that I don't know that I've heard that Discordance Axis record,
Okay.
and I have heard the Terrifier album, and it's crushing. I mean, like all that Pig Destroyer stuff, it's just crushing, unrelenting, great, twisted. It's good grind for sure. So yeah, I'm gonna have to side with Terrifier for sure.
Good deal.
I
Let's see.
think following up Prowler in a Yard too, which it's insanely difficult because that was such a good album, at the same time. But the early 2000s period is my favorite for Pig Destroyer.
Okay. Let's see, Marty. I've got one I'd like to pull up on screen here.
Okay.
Tim posted this one in the chat earlier, and he has thrown this one at us several times when we've done Keeper Reap episodes, and I've always kind of dodged it until I'm like, yeah, you're gonna have to wait for another night. And he has waited patiently, and it was the first thing he posted. So I'm going to make sure he gets it through here. We got to choose on this one. Fate's Warning, Awaken the Guardian versus Sabotage, Hall of the Mountain King. This will probably be easy for Marty.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily aimed to hurt. It's aimed to hurt someone. That someone's not Marty or Rick. so you guys go ahead first. I'll cry in my beer for a minute, and I'll bring up the rear.
Rick, you want to go first?
All right. Damn it! You guys keep pulling this. It's just the way it just pops up in the comments. It's like one band I'm really into, and another one I'm not as familiar with the catalog. Sabotage is another one. I think that that genre was not my thing for years. It's just I was into the more dark, brooding kind of shit for a while. But Awaken the Guardian, it's definitely one of those just progressive. There's something about that album and the musicianship that I really, really enjoy, and it's a classic. And I think one fella that really kind of helped me, I guess, awaken to that band is Jeff over Metal Man in 66, kind of awaken my interest in that band. And, I've been kind of going back and just, exploring the catalog and, but Sabotage, I know that's a highly regarded album, Hall of the Mountain King. I know it's, but it's just, I don't have any real attachment to it, like some of you may have. It's just not, so it's, I've only heard it once or twice and I like what I heard, but not enough to get an attachment like the way I do with Fate's Warning. So I'm going to leave Fate's Warning on this one.
Okay. Marty, I think we know your answer, but let's make it
Oh yeah,
official.
it's Awaken. There's not even a competition here. Hall of the Mountain King rules. It's a great record. It does not have the personal connection and the atmospheric enchantment that Awaken does all day long. I love John Arch vocals. I love the magic of that record. I just love it, and that will never change. No matter how many times I heard it, I still get chills and tears and all that good stuff. So yeah, easy one for me.
Yeah. I like Peter's answer here. Let's call it a tie.
Peter, that's not how you play the game, my friend. You have to go. You have to sack it up and make a decision there, Professor Steele.
Yes, we do. And so I shall. They're both fantastic albums for me. Hall of the Mountain King is Sabotage at the absolute height of their powers. And it's closer than some folks might think. Yeah, it's not a choice to be made lightly. I would still keep Awaken the Guardian out of the two. Awaken the Guardian has, again, this is one kind of like the Megadeth Metallica where we start with. If you put them just side by side, track to track, Sabotage might score a little higher for me. It probably does.
What I'm realizing too is some of these albums that are coming up, these were records that were not in the record stores. Because most of them were imports or just whatnot when I was a teenager, back in the 90s.
Yep, they probably had rotated out by then. Yep.
So you'll notice I'm very delayed on some of these, which sucks because I don't have the attachment the way some of you guys might have.
No, that's okay. It makes sense. But Mountain King might be more consistent song to song to song for me, but the good tracks, the top tracks on Guardian, there are few things that could ever replace those songs. I could go find other Sabotage material or other semi-Sabotage-like material. You're just not going to find hardly anything else in the metal universe that sounds like Guardian or Giant's Lore.
It's like, well, Marty,
some of those
use that word.
songs.
There's a magic to it. Something about the way it kind
There's
of.
and it's not just that's great. It's also it's very unique. It's hard to say if I give up the song Guardian, what song do I fill that gap with? I have no idea. If I give up Mountain King, I can find something kind of in that wheelhouse. It won't be easy and it won't be pleasant, but I can come close to replicating that. I can't replicate the song Guardian with another song. I just can't.
No,
so
can't.
I would have to keep the Fates Warning and Reap the Sabotage.
Or Exodus. Exodus is another great.
Exodus, yes, another good one on that album for sure. Absolutely. So there you go, Tim. You have you have done your work.
You've
Absolutely.
broken down Alan's spirits, and thank you everybody that's donated so far. And we're up to Jack Half a Prayer, who was
Thank you,
That's
Jack.
awesome.
thank you so much, Jack. And Suffocation, Effigy of the Forgotten versus Atrocities, Todessen Schlut, which I believe is the German
Yeah.
release of their second album, Longing for Death. Here in the US, it was released as Longing for Death.
Right.
So, Rick, I don't know if you've got any familiarity with these two albums.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm familiar with both. I don't have that Atrocity. I do have the Suffocation. One is the Atrocity. It's funny. I jumped into that band in their weird when it got to that Gothic period.
Oh, that's tough to make you want to go back and
Yeah.
investigate, because that's really
Well, I was rather surprised when I went back, pleasantly surprised. I go, why the hell didn't you do more of this kind of shit? Why did they do this?
yeah.
And but I do like that early era. It's it's brutal and but weird, which it'd be no surprise coming from a lot of those bands from Germany. But Suffocation is just brutal and punishing. It's just period. And that's one of the, I guess, when I was starting to get into death metal, and that was kind of like the between that and Deicide and Cannibal were like the first, like those were like the first three bands I got into, and so I have a lot of history with Effigy, and so I like the Atrocity, but that's not something I put on all the time. It's an interesting period. I do prefer that early era than their later symphonic, I guess you can call it, material. But Suffocation for me, that's an easy one.
Okay.
All right, Alan.
Yeah. Now, for me, these are both bands and albums I've checked out in more recent history. I don't know either of them in great detail, but I have been sort of getting used to both bands, and they've both made a good first impression. So yeah, this is more like sort of a pick of the recent for me. Of the two so far, the Atrocity has had made a stronger impression on me. So for now, I would keep the Atrocity and Reap the Suffocation. That could change as I play them more. These are bands I need to explore more, but so far so good. Good stuff. But yeah, those first two Atrocity albums really kind of caught my interest right away the first time I heard them. So I'd keep that one. What about you, Marty?
For me, I'm going to go with Atrocity. That Longing for Death album is exceptional. It's a great record. When the time those both came out, Suffocation sound, I was getting pretty burnout on, to be honest. And Effigy is killer. I like it more now today than I did when it came out.
Also, there's so many more clones of that band, the Suffocation
Absolutely.
sound, than there is of the
Good
Atrocity.
And that Atrocity is their last really good album. And from start to finish, it's good. It's better written. Their first album, Hallucinations, was very techy and weird, kind of disjointed and awkward, where Longing for Death, the song smoothed out. The songwriting got better. It's a very great European death metal record. It's good. Got a lot of diversity and variety on it. And yeah, I'm going with the Atrocity for sure.
Okay.
It looks like Alex got his up here, so we're going to jump in with this.
Okay.
Sepultura Schizophrenia or Sodom's Persecution Mania?
Okay. Oh,
I think Rick just threw up in his mouth a little bit by the look.
I know my pick, but it's all right. I guess I'll go. I love the Schizophrenia album. It's not my favorite Sepultura album, but that is my favorite Sodom album. Agent Orange coming very close. But I think it's a very interesting era. I think between the with Sepultura, the really thrashy raw period, and then when they finally hit Beneath the Remains, I think that Schizophrenia, it's a nice in between album with the sound getting creative and then bringing Andreas on board. I think did a lot to that sound, but I think it wasn't quite ready and mature enough as by the time they got to Beneath the Remains. So that's why it's not my favorite. But Persecution Mania, I think that's right around that time is when that in my head is when everything just sort of came to all cylinders with that band. You know, that's what I can put on when I just want to just fucking destroy something.
Yeah.
That's a perfect album for it. So I'm gonna go side with Sodom on this one.
Right on. Alan, how about you? What do you think?
For me on this one, I definitely prefer the Sodom. That's my favorite Sodom album. I like the material before that as well, but Persecution Mania is the Sodom album for me, so I got to keep that one over Schizophrenia. What's your choice in this pair, Marty?
Your Rick really hit the nail on the head. Sepultura definitely made leaps and bounds. They progressed leaps and bounds from Schizophrenia to the stuff that came before, which is charming, but you can tell it's made by kids. It's a sloppy mess. Schizophrenia is starting to be more formed, and it isn't until the final song, Troops of Doom, where it's kind of like a look into the looking glass of what excellence is to come. And it did, man. Beneath the Remains. If this was Beneath the Remains, it might have been a harder choice for me, but the Sodom Persecution Mania, I've stated on here many a times, is my favorite Sodom album. Other than that Motorhead cover, I don't like where they put it in the placement of that track listing. They should have put it at the end. But other than that, Persecution Mania for me all day long. Thanks, Alex. Here's another good one. Wade.
When it came to the Motorhead covers, like Orgasmatron was the first one to listen to.
Right.
Funny enough, yep.
All right, Wade. Thank you, Alex, so much. We appreciate it, man. Wade Conrad, appreciate the show. What you guys do. Vinterland, Welcome to My Last Chapter versus Sacramentum, Far Away from the Sun. What an excellent choice. A very good pairing there for sure. And the Vinterland was just recently reissued.
Oh, was
so
it? Okay.
It's readily available again on CD and vinyl. And Sacramentum, Far Away from the Sun finally saw a vinyl pressing some years ago. What do you think, Rick?
I'll be right back, guys.
Right on.
They're two black metal albums I really love. I've actually acquired Vinterland this year with the reissue. Sacramentum, it's the thing about it is I love the Sacramento album, but it's, you know, I think it's a little more derivative than Vinterland is. There's something. Vinterland is one of those bands that I think I leaped off of and got into other bands because of that album. I got into Windier and, you know, branching off in that kind of style of black metal. And I've been spinning Vinterland ever since I got the record. Yep. And I've been like more than I did the Sacramentum. I love Sacramentum, but I think Sacramentum's early catalog, it's really, really good. And I think that if I didn't have Far Away from the Sun, I'd be fine with the you know, with the other albums. So I'm gonna lean on Vinterland for this one.
Okay. How about you, Ellen?
I'm gonna have to lean the other way. The Vinterland, I remember the Vinterland being good, but I have not heard it in forever. I never kind of circled back around to it after hearing it several times. Whereas, yeah, the Sacramentum is one I hold pretty high. So this one would definitely be keep the Sacramentum for me.
Yeah, for me, I mean, this is a great pairing. Really is. The Vinterland to me is a bit more black metal spirited. The Sacramentum, Far Away from the Sun, is very much in the Dissection first two album wheelhouse. But we just talked about this the other night. If any of you want to watch the Wednesday Album Club, we talked about Germany's Volcandra, who are a dissection tribute band. So we kind of talked about this a little bit, but
I tried not to
for
use
me,
the D word for that, yeah, because you guys were just talking about it Wednesday.
yeah. But for me, Sacramentum did it right. They embrace that sound, but they put their own heart and music and thoughts into it instead of directly lifting riffs from songs, another band's songs. So, and Far Away from the Sun is a lot more melodic death metal to me, which John Nodvite I just read recently in an old interview, he considered Dissection to be melodic death metal. So I really like the Winterland a lot, but man, I've got way more personal hours logged into Far Away from the Sun, and therefore a bit more of a connection to. And there's a Sacramentum poster right there behind my banner. It's half covered up right now, but yeah. So yeah, for me, it's Far Away from the Sun. Great album. And it's their best. I think it's their best. They put out some cool shit, but I think
that's the Winterland too, because it's the one that got me to explore other bands of that sound. Whereas the Sacramentum, I thought, and that's why in the beginning I said it was a little more derivative. It's really good, but it did remind me a lot of Dissection. So it's,
yeah. No, that definitely makes sense.
I love it. The Common Chaos is also really good. So it's
Oh yeah. Yeah.
All right. So
I've got
thanks,
one more
Wade.
I want to let's see. I've got one here. This is again one that was posted earlier, so I don't want it to get too buried. Thought God of Grind had a cool pair here with Gore Guts, Considered Dead, or Cancers, To the Gory End. Some nice
Good
older, some nice older death metal here. What do folks think of this pair?
they're both 1990, 91, right? It just kind of hovers around that year.
Right in there, yeah, maybe plus or minus a year.
Very riffy, very dirty, but still the production's still there, but I think it brings up the primal. They're very primal albums, and that's what I like about it.
I can go, Rick, if you're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Marty.
Well, for me, that Cancer album, To the Glory End, I have never been a Cancer fan. I think they're, of this whole old school era, they are the weakest link. I know they had James Murphy on guitar for that one album, and he was just kind of the shredder journeyman back in those days, going from Death to Obituary to Cancer. He kind of made his way around doing his own thing. It never really helped the riffs. And Cancer, for me, I think their riffing is maybe a slight step above Obituary, and I like Obituary for 2 albums. After that, I could care less because they've kind of just been rewriting the same albums over and over. For me, Cancer is kind of in that same wheelhouse. They're very pedestrian riffage. Is it catchy? Yes. But to me, it just doesn't hold up against a amazing album like Considered Dead, which for Gore Guts to start off, a lot of people thought they were from Florida because they had that Florida sound at the time, and they got way more complex as they went down the road. But that Considered Dead record is still a well-written, clever, really strong debut album. For me, it's Gore Guts all day. How about you, Rick?
Well, the thing is that with both those bands, I like the follow-ups better than those two. I would say those are my favorites. What is it? The Version of Sanity and Death Shall Rise. But if I had to pick between these two, I'm gonna have to go. Actually, I'm gonna flip on Marty here and go with the Cancer, simply because I love the Gore Guts, but something about the Cancer, I just love the catchiness of it, just a little more. Like I said, it's definitely a step up from Obituary in that regard. If I had to compare it to oh god, but not that much, because I think that shit, the beer's getting to me already.
Woohoo!
It's not even 10 o'clock, Rick. Hold it together. You were the chosen one for this, Rick.
But I'm gonna go with the Cancer of this one. But I hate that. I kind of hate that I'm doing this, but I just love the catchiness of it.
Death Shall Rise is the second one.
Death Shall Rise. Yep.
Yeah, it just came to me. I couldn't remember it earlier either, but my brain cell was just stimulated back into action. So yeah. How about you, Alan?
For this one, definitely Gorguts for me. I always had kind of a soft spot for that album. It's not my favorite death metal album of all time, but I always kind of liked that one. It was one that I very much distinctly remember seeing in the record stores, and it was one of those kind of blind buys. Cancer, kind of like you. For me, they were always kind of a step down from a lot of the other bands. Not that they were bad or anything, but they never quite clicked with me to the extent that some other groups did. I had one or two of their CDs back in the day, but it's not something I've ever wanted to circle back around to a lot. So yeah, I would keep the Gorguts.
Okay.
All right, Marty, you got another pair booted up?
Oh man, we got a couple here that are paid for, so we're gonna do these guys first. Simon, thank you so much. And first of all, thank you everybody that's submitting. We're getting the people that are paying, but we're gonna get more. You don't have to pay to do this.
No, absolutely not. I'm trying to go back through. There's been a lot of good ones posted. I'm trying to go through and find some that haven't paid too. But yes, it's very kind of folks that did. We were
the people that paid. They're getting their shit's getting considered.
It's going in so fast. I can't even respond to anybody because the next whatever set is already coming up. I'm like, all right.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Nothing personal. It's only business.
It's only business. Demolic Nispitha, I don't know how to say it, versus Demigod Slumber of Sullen Eyes, which this is a great pairing of Finnish classic gods of death metal for sure. Good pairing. Both they're slightly different from each other, but very powerful in their own ways. Where are you going with this one, Rick?
I got both. I actually just got the Demigod last year, and so I think with the Demilich, I think like everybody else, it's not an easy one to get into if you're not used to the vocals.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big barrier for me. Although I love the music, it's kind of like when I describe Megadeth to people who are getting, they're like, what the hell is up with Dave? But the fucking riffs just, are there. And it's just like, so I've come around to it. I've gotten used to it, and, it's a great album. But the Demigod, it's one I've been visiting more often. Just overall, I just love Finnish death metal.
It's so dark and cool. Yeah.
This is why I can go either or here. But I'm just more acquainted with the Demigod. Although they're both great. But I'm going to go with Demigod on this one.
Okay. Alan?
I think I'll follow Rick's lead on this pair. I've heard both. I like both. The vocals on the Demolic, they don't turn me off or anything. I think they're actually kind of cool. I do have to be in the right mood to want to listen to it, though, because they are... Jarring's not the right word, but if you're not in the right mindset, they do hit you as, very over the top and almost out of place. So when I'm in the mood for it, it's really cool and I like it. But I think I would go with the Demigod of the two if I had to pick just one to keep.
Which one did you pick? I was reading. What'd you say?
That's okay. Same as Rick. I'm going to keep the Demigod and reap the Demolic.
For me, it's got to be Demolic. I've got a little bit more time. I shouldn't say a lot more. I got the Demolic before I got the Demigod, and I always got a big kick out of those Predator vocals. They sound like the Predator from the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I love that. And in spite of them being super technical, they really maintained a memorable, a lot of memorable riffs, even though they're crazy at times. Very catchy album. They never followed up with anything after that, which is kind of a drag. But yeah, I'm going to go with Demolic, although Demigod is absolutely killer. Right below this one, thank you, Simon. There's another paid one down further, but I'm going to go down and pick some that are right apparent to me right now. Lapse 9, Continuum 9.
Peter Berkeley thinks they both suck. Oh.
Night Division 187 versus the Black Priest of Satan. I listened to that Night Division 187 album actually 2 weeks ago, oddly enough. I'm like, I haven't spun this in a long time. Black, I haven't spun in a little bit, but yeah, I've got both of them. What do you guys think on these?
I have not heard these two in so long that I really don't have a horse in this race.
Okay.
It's been a long time since I visited either of those. I'm going to sit this one out.
I'm with Alan on this one. Not nothing I can really comment on it.
Sorry, Laps, but yeah, it's just been too many years since I heard either.
Okay, and for those of you who don't know, the black was this Priest of Satan album has got John Nodvite from Dissection on it. This is kind of his more black metal minded project, even though after his death the band did continue on. They've put out one album that I know of. There might be another one after that. I haven't really paid much attention.
I knew that was I guess the side thing he did, but I haven't spent a lot of time with it, which is funny because I do have that LP. I just haven't.
Well, you do.
Yeah, sat down and spun it, so I'm not as familiar with it.
And the Naiden Division 187, it's got members of Dawn in it. I think Floros, the singer, I think sings on this. I don't know for sure. My factoids are being jumbled right now, but the album for me is kind of uninteresting. I put it on. I remember liking it when it came out. I put it on the other day, and there's just not a lot of variety, or it just seemed kind of dull to me. And the black is this is why this is a good pick, because both of these bands never really jumped, but the black is a little bit more traditional black metal, a little more orthodox black metal sounding to me. The songwriting isn't top notch by any means, but it's solid. It's a good record, so I'm going to go with the black Priest of Satan. Good album. Much better than the Naiden Division 187.
I'm gonna go grab another drink. If you want to catch up on the comments real quick, I'll be right back.
Okay, I've got another one here loaded up from Captain K.
Oh yes, he had a good one earlier.
Yep, I'm going to put this up, and you and I can chew on it while Rick is refreshing his drinky poo. Captain K, Sirith Ungol, King of the Dead versus Manila Road, Crystal Logic.
I take it back. Kick him out of the chat. He's not allowed in here anymore. That's not the one you posted earlier, Captain. The earlier one was fun. This is just mean.
We'll write it down, because I didn't. Obviously,
I'll go back and
here.
look at it if I can find it again. But yeah. Oh, son of a bitch. I don't like this game anymore. I'm taking my beer and going home.
Well, I'll go. For me, it's Manila Road. No contest. King of the Dead is good. Fun album. I don't like it as much as I like Crystal Logic. They're just a little bit different, but they are two bands that really sit very well in the same musical, genre, the epic metal feel. But for me, it's Manila Road. I mean, Necropolis and Flaming Metal System. I mean, come on. So good. Such a great record. Yeah, Crystal Logic for me all day long. Alan is off camera wiping his tears.
I'm back. Yeah, this one. Now I have a good answer for this. This is an interesting pairing. For most folks, King of the Dead is their favorite Cirith Ungol album. For me, it's not. It's an excellent album. There's not a thing wrong with it.
I like Paradise Lost a little bit better.
I love all Cirith Ungol. There's not a single bit of it I don't like. If I'm ranking them, King of the Dead's not at the top of the heap. Crystal Logic is usually at the top of my Manila Road heap. So this is one, if it's a different Cirith Ungol album and a different Manila Road album, it could get even harder. But I would give up King of the Dead in order to keep Crystal Logic. With this particular pair, Manila Road will win out. They will not win out a lot of the time over Cirith Ungol if we change the albums from these two bands. And that's a good point, Marty. These two are good ones to compare. They sit in that same weird, heavy, sometimes slightly doomy, very epic kind of heavy metal. That
and
is
I just think they kind of went under the radar, just for especially for
yes, and two bands that nobody gave a shit about during the 1980s, but finally did get their due, which I'm very glad both bands have finally gotten the love and respect they deserve, because they're two of the best. I still don't like you, Captain. You had a nicer pair earlier, Captain. I remember seeing that's a good pair. It was not that pair. I'll find it if I can. Anyway, Rick,
what about you,
what do you
Rick?
think of this one?
Okay. Well, so Cirith Ungol, I'm not married to any particular album. They're one I don't own any physical Cirith Ungol. Shock. I don't. But it's that's one I put on my Spotify from time to time, and but it's not so I don't have a dog in that one. But Manila Road, thank you Brian Arkham for Atlantis Horizon. So it got me back in the kick for some Manila
That's
Road.
a great record.
And
That
you guys
Atlanta Stars
started.
is great.
And, I think people should know you guys started heavy metallurgy because of Manila Road. This is something that you've been wanting to do, Marty, and you guys kicked it off with that deep dive, and I think that kind of just helps set things in motion. So I think that also helped put that band on my radar. But as far as the albums I'm familiar with, Crystal Logic is up there, along with Open the Gates. Other than that, I just need to kind of just get familiar more with the catalog. But I love Crystal Logic, so it's going to be Crystal Logic for me.
Right on. And right under that one, there's another good one from the Drunken Metalhead Musings. Check out his YouTube channel, folks. Armor of Ire by Eternal Champion versus Visigoth, the Revenant King. Another good pairing of two epic metal type bands.
Yeah,
a good
two
pairing
kind of
for sure.
Yeah, two kind of big names in the new wave of traditional heavy metal. I like that pair. That's a nice one. Getting some of the newer modern could become classics. Very cool, very cool. I'll jump on this one first if you guys want.
Go for it.
Yeah, these are both bands very visible. For me personally, I like Visigoth more than Eternal Champion. I know a lot of folks have Eternal Champion as kind of leading the way with new wave of traditional heavy metal. They are fine, but I don't have them quite as high up the pecking order as some other bands. And Visigoth has really impressed me. A really solid band. So yeah, I would definitely keep the Visigoth out of this particular pair.
Okay.
All right.
How about you, Rick?
I got into Visigoth back in 2012, back when the final spell came out. So right under their demo days. So this band has been on my radar for a while, and I think that kind of reinvigorated my kick for this sound again. And after I was, the death metal boy, right, getting back into just power and heavy metal and things. But Eternal Champion's the one that like, ooh, what is this? It's like the next thing out now that I've fallen in love with. But I do have more of an attachment with Visigoth. I just have more history with it. So I think, and they're still putting out albums. I think they haven't quite hit their peak yet. So I'm just looking forward to the next thing that they do. But I think for now, it's going to be Visigoth for me.
Okay. Marty, do you have a dog in this fight?
I do. I've got everything by both bands. And I got to say, the Visigoth, I've got a buddy here in town that is a big Visigoth fan. He loves Visigoth, and I've bought their 3 albums, and I can say that I like them, especially The Revenant King is a very good record, but it just isn't blowing me away. It just doesn't blow me away like the guys' other projects have, Galabrade and Caladan Brood.
Yep.
Which is my favorite of the 3 bands for sure. But Eternal Champion, I've recently, the internet hype kind of turned me off to even wanting to check it out. I don't know why I'm that way. I just am. But I finally picked it up. I'm like, hey, okay, it's warranted. It's really good. So I got both of the records, and I have to go with Eternal Champion. I think the albums are both really well written. Really triumphant. It's just good, solid, epic metal. I dig it quite a bit.
Okay. Very fair.
All right. We got one coming up right after that. Jack Half a Prayer, Pay It Again. Hey man, thanks. Solitude Eternus. Into what is it? Into
the depths
of sorrow versus Solstice Lamentations.
Yes.
I do not own the Solstice album, so I'm gonna have to side with Solitude Eternus just on the fact of exclusion there or whatever.
Okay. Rick, you want to jump on this or you want me to jump in?
I'll go.
Go right ahead.
I do have both, and this is a very tough one for me because Doom is where the hardest for me for this. And man, that's also Eternus. It's gotta get that shit on vinyl. They just it gotta be reissued because I'm a little, just thinking about it upsets me. But I love Solstice. That Lamentations album, I just love how somber it is, and they both are, and it's just the perfect mood. They both give me that, when you have those days, it's like they're both good rainy day albums. I think the Solitude Eternus is maybe just a little more, but I have a little more history with Solitude Eternus, just as a band in general. But I, okay, I'm gonna go with Solitude on this one because it is pretty close. Some days it's my favorite album. Sometimes it's the follow up. Today I'm gonna say it's my favorite album from Solitude. So I'm gonna go with Solitude on this one.
Okay. For me, yeah, both good albums, ones I've been into for a long time, but I would definitely keep the Solitude Eternus out of this pair. The Solstice album is quite good and has some really strong songs on it. At that point, though, Solstice is really wearing their Candlemass influence on their sleeve. I mean, the band has never made any bones about it. They formed that band after going to a Candlemass concert. They knew exactly what they wanted to sound like at that phase, and they did it pretty well. But yeah, at the same time, it is sort of, a Candlemass copycat at that point. They would change their sound afterwards and kind of go in their own more unique direction. But yeah, Solitude Eternus is a great band, and that first album, it has a little bit of that magic about it. That there's not many things that quite copy it. It has its own Candlemass, homage being paid, but in a little more unique way. It's got a little bit more of that traditional metal structure underlying it. So yeah, cool pair. Good question, but definitely got to stay in the depths of sorrow on that one. I will lament giving up Lamentations, however.
All right, Jeff Goss. We've got a kind of a cool pick here. A couple Swedish forefathers of the genre.
Okay.
We've got Necrophobic's Nocturnal Silence versus Unleashed, Where No Life Dwells. Jeff, good pairing. Good pairing.
Yeah.
I can go first if you guys are still pondering.
Sure. Go right ahead, Marty.
Yeah, a minute. Yeah.
For me, I mean, both are great records. No Life Dwells is a great debut for Unleashed, but as a debut, Nocturnal Silence is just really killer dark death metal. I really love that record. It might be my favorite Necrophobic album. It's really cool, really dark. The riffs are just evil, but well written. And they don't sound like every single other Swedish band from the time, which is very cool too. So yeah, I've always been a big fan of Necrophobic. When they started to go a little bit more black metal, is David Parlin, before he passed away, on Dark Sides. I started to kind of, because they started to sound a lot more like Dark Funeral, obviously, because Parlin was in that band as well. But Black Moon was his evil name. But yeah, for me, Necrophobic, this is a great record. And Unleashed, Where No Life Dwells, thumbs up. It's amazing. But yeah, I've got to go with Nocturnal Silence.
Okay. Rick, you got your answer?
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier I love Finnish death metal, and I think Sweden, it's up there really close when it comes to this. Necrophobic has some of that blackened element that, Unleashed, especially this era. They haven't quite gotten to the Viking stuff, like they did in their later catalog with No Life Dwells. This was actually my introduction to Unleashed with this album. With Necrophobic, I would think it was Death to All around that time when I first started getting to that band. So I don't have as much of a history with them, though, like what Marty said, I love the dark nature of that band. But with Unleashed, I have more of an attachment with that particular album. I love just how the otherworldly production on it. It's different than some of what the other guys were doing. You can talk about Left Hand Path and those other albums, but there's something about the sound of Where No Life Dwells. It's not a perfect album. They have improved in areas here and there over time, but there's some kind of magic about that album that I keep returning to more than I do this particular Necrophobic album. So like I said, just because I have more history with it, and I just had more of an impact on me initially, the Unleashed album. So I'm gonna go with Where No Life Dwells.
Okay. I'm kind of, I think, in the opposite position from Rick. Both good albums. The Necrophobic is one I've got a longer attachment to. I think I've told the story before. This was one of the very last albums I ever bought, brand new, off the shelf in a store on cassette. And I did it like the day before heading out west for 6 weeks of geologic surveying work. We only had so many tapes, we could, put in the car and carry around with us. And so, that ended up getting a lot of play that summer while we were doing stuff. Yeah. And as such, it's not something I've revisited in a long time, but there's a sentimental attachment to that one. Unleashed, on the other hand, that album always eluded me back in the day. I had, I think, all the other early Unleashed stuff, but I never could get a copy of Where No Life Dwells. The only place I would ever see it for sale was in the Century Media mail order catalog. And back then, Century Media had a terrible reputation for mail order. You did not want to order from them if you
Didn't
could
I
help
just send this CD to you?
And yes, so very recently, Marty actually sent me a copy of that because he had an extra CD of it. So I've really only gotten that album, maybe in the past 3 months or so. Like it on first impression. It's, classic Unleashed material.
Yeah.
But, I've got, a sentimental, memory with Necrophobic, and I don't have that kind of attachment with this specific Unleashed record. So I'll keep the Necrophobic and Reap the Unleashed.
Okay, I missed one here. Backing up a little bit to Electric Banana. Thank you, Jeff Goss, for your submission. Electric Banana. What about Considered Dead, Gorguts, versus Convulse's World Without God? It's a good pick, too. Finnish against the Canadian.
I'm going to double check. I don't know if I know the Convulse album, so it rings a bell.
It was their only album for a long time until they got back together.
Consider Dead came up again. I'm not gonna have to do this again.
Yeah. I do not know this Convulse album, so I'll have to sit this one out. I like the Gorguts album, so I mean,
it's interesting. World Without God came up because I think with this album, I feel the same way where No Life Dwells. It has a sort of otherworldly feel to it, like the production on it. I love how primal, and raw, and nasty it is. I think the title just gravitated to me. And then I looked at the cover. I'm like, this is from someone who grew up in a Catholic household. With a title like World Without God, just very, very intriguing. It just kind of drew me in like a bee in a fucking honeypot. It just went in there, and I wasn't disappointed. I love Consider Dead. I'm that guy, right? You're throwing tomatoes at me because I picked the cancer over it. But I hate to do this, but I'm gonna have to go with Convulse on this one. But this album in particular, I think, had it been any other album, would have.
Their comeback albums are not as good. They're just not. It's not the same. It's not the same secret sauce. That youthful. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Youthful. They don't know what the hell they were doing, but that's the charm of it,
They don't.
For me, it's
too proper. It's like this. I love the nastiness.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And both of these are great. I'm going to Consider Dead again. I've got way more time spent with Gorguts on this one. I've spun the shit out of that tape when I got it. And World Without God is good. I'm just really late to it. So yeah, I'm going to go with that. And going back down here, we got Turntable List. We're getting to some others down here. I see Eric Bauer. Thank you, Eric, for your donation. It's awesome. We'll get you on here in a second.
I don't hate the album. It's not that. It's just the way you're pairing them up.
All right, we've got Turntablists. Thank you for your submission. We've got Bloodbath, Nightmares Made Flesh, or Immolations, Majesty and Decay.
Majesty and Decay.
Interesting you would pick that one. I mean, there's a lot of Immolation records, and that's the one you picked. I mean, it's a good album. I mean, they haven't put out a shitty album. Let's be honest.
Neither band.
I'll jump into this first here.
Sure, go ahead.
That Bloodbath, it's got Peter Tägtgren on vocals. It's my favorite full-length Bloodbath album. My favorite is Anointing, the 10-inch. I can't remember the name of it. Unblessing the Purity. That's my favorite.
The werewolf one, I call it.
Yeah, the werewolf holding the baby in the pot of blood there. Yeah. But this is the full-length album. This is great. Bastard Son of God. Holy shit. What a fucking song. Immolation, if you took this one away, there's a couple really great songs on here, but I mean, they've got so many other albums that are just as solid, if not better. So I'd go with Bloodbath really safely on this and not feel bad about the choice. Nightmares Made Flesh is a banger. Peter did a great job on it, and there's some awesome songs on this record.
Rick, you want me to go or you want to go?
I'll go. Love both bands. Love all their albums. Some a little more than others. But I definitely would leave with what Marty said. With Immolation, if you took this particular album out, I'd still be fine. I think there's just so much strong material. However, that said, when I want to point Immolation to people, especially if they're younger, I can go towards the earlier catalog. But the production on Machine Decay, for people who are used to that nicer production, just that the nice cleaner sound. This is the album, even more than Atonement. This is the album I point them to. But
I
as far
love
as
Atonement. That's a great record. That's my favorite later day Immolation, hands down. So good.
I wonder if my
Better than the new
opinion
one.
would change if they would have went with that one instead of this one. Although again, this is just a really good period for them too. But with Bloodbath, I think that's an album I would return to more often. I find myself returning more to Bloodbath more often nowadays, just because, like you said with Peter. I mean, I think that when people hear Attack Train, they think of a certain kind of sound and a certain kind of style when it comes to that guy. But his association with this band, there's just a different kind of energy, a different kind of, I think, with everybody else in tandem. There's just something about it. It's just I love the brutality of it. It's just something about it. When I think of Immolation, I think of just how good and precise and technical it is, although still dark. But Bloodbath, one thing that keeps keeping me coming back to it is just how fucking nasty and just how brutal it is. But although performed very well in that sort of Swedish sense, so it's gonna be Bloodbath for me.
Oh my God, guys. Thank you everybody that's been donating and everybody that's been participating. We really appreciate it. I'm trying to go down the list here. I'm jumping ahead looking and I'm way behind. So
Yeah.
I can't even.
I've got a small list over here on the side that I want to circle back to as well. Wrapping this one up for me, y'all are right. The Immolation, you could pull that and still have a lot of other good Immolation albums. That said, I do like that Immolation album a little bit more than some of the others from that period. I haven't heard all their stuff. I have some gaps in my Immolation knowledge, but that particular one struck me as really, really solid. So, and Bloodbath, I've got nothing against Bloodbath. I don't have them quite up, as high on the same tiers like Marty does. I think I would keep the Immolation in this case, just because that album, for whatever reason, stands out a little bit to me from the pack. So I'll be contrarian and keep the Immolation. All
right. Tim Sanders has got another interesting pick here, or maybe a little difficult.
Okay, Tim, you're finally out of timeout. Come on back, you crazy kid.
We've got Halloween Keepers Part 2 versus Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Which I know Alan, he hates. He does not like Somewhere in Time, which is fucking. I can't believe those words left my mouth, but they did.
I've been teasing Tim in the comments for a while that he's in timeout over the Mountain King debacle. So this is Tim getting back on my good side.
I don't know the rules. How do the rules apply if it's been read before by somebody? Maybe the person next to me. How does that work?
Oh, now all sins are forgiven at this point.
yeah. We have to start afresh each time.
You're a good Catholic. You're a good Catholic boy, Rick. All I have to do is say, "Hey, sorry" on Sunday, and I'm good.
I'll put Catholic in quotes, so let's just say that. Look at the stuff behind me.
Yeah. On this pair, for me, it's a very easy one. Keepers Part 2 is among my favorite albums ever recorded. And yeah, Somewhere in Time has its moments, but it is way down the list of Bruce era Iron Maiden albums for me personally. And I know I'm in the minority on that, and that's okay. I'm comfortable enough in my masculinity to say it's not my favorite, and I don't need anybody else to validate that opinion for me. So easy, keep Halloween and reap Somewhere in Time.
What do you think, Rick?
Somebody said we Keepers Part 2 and Part 1. I think it was this guy. And I've been enjoying it quite a lot. But I'm still not quite there with the pumpkin and to have trumped my Maidenism. I'm not quite there yet. I have a lot more.
They're the German Maiden. They're the German Maiden. Just accept it and move on with your life.
They are epic, in their own way. Somewhere in Time, it's an interesting one because I do like the album after. I mean, Seventh Son and Power Slave, kind of falls in between there, and so I think out of those, it falls between my two favorites between there. But even then, That's why I had to make that disclaimer with the pumpkin. It's like I'm getting there, but I'm not completely there yet. So I'm still a Maiden boy, with this. So again, I'm gonna have to go with Maiden on this one, just just because of the history.
This is a tough one. It's a tough one because Somewhere in Time is kind of like it falls into the Awaken the Guardian sphere just for the fact that it's got a very atmospheric, mystical sound. I always attributed that to the production and the guitar synths. It just really, just a very cool, expansive, mystical sounding Maiden record. God, this is a Tim, you asshole.
Okay, Tim, you're back in timeout, but Marty did it this time.
It's tough. I mean, we've got Keepers 1. I think Keepers 1, Keepers 2, Keepers 1 might be my favorite. But not being able to hear Eagle Fly Free again would be a complete drag, or Save Us. I love that song too.
You got Seventh Son,
Yeah, I've got Seventh Son, but I don't like Seventh Son as much as I like Somewhere in Time. I'm
not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I'm going with Somewhere in Time. I'm keeping it. Reaping Halloween. Sorry, pumpkins.
You guys suck.
You haven't sent me any residual checks for all the promotion I've been giving you anyway, so suck it. All right.
Marty's heard Halloween too much. He's gotten a little gored with them.
All right, here. I'm crowing down the list. I'm going down the list.
Marty, let me pull one out here.
Go for it.
This was way earlier tonight, so I can't dig it back up, but I saw it and made a note of it. Larry had a fun pair. Slayer, Show No Mercy versus Metallica, Kill 'Em All.
Oh, it's easy.
Go for it.
Slayer, Show No Mercy, my favorite Slayer record.
Okay.
That is, well, if you think about it, both albums by both bands sound a little bit different from the rest of their catalogs.
They do. That's why I noted it. I thought it was a really good pair from those two bands' catalogs.
I got distracted in the comments. Can you pull up this name there?
Absolutely. This was Larry. He posted it a lot earlier. It is Slayer, Show No Mercy versus Metallica's Kill 'Em All. The comments gotten buried, so one more time. Slayer, Show No Mercy, Metallica's Kill 'Em All. Opening album from two of the big four thrash bands.
Well, for me, it's Show No Mercy. It's got better riffs, better songwriting, better screamer, better drummer. I mean, the songs, we got Antichrist, Die by the Sword. The whole album is perfect. Not a song on the record I dislike. It is very riffy. The riffs are very colorful, very powerful, very melodic. They kind of they lost me for a minute on Hell Awaits. But I like Hell Awaits now, but when it came out, I was kind of like, it's okay. It's just not as good as Show No Mercy. But yeah, Show No Mercy for me all day long.
I love
let you guys talk about it.
Sure.
With Metallica, I think with Kill 'Em All, it's kind of what I was said about Master of Puppets. It's like those songs are so burned in my memory. It's like I'm on a desert island. I don't, I'm listening to the album right now. As you're all just watching us, talk about the album, and but with Show No Mercy, that was one album where it kind of lured me to an aspect of how fucking tense and dark and just how, again, you guys got to remember, I was raised Catholic. This kind of shit did not play in my household. It's not stuff that we went out to Walmart or whatever and picked up and not doing the turntable on a Sunday morning. It's just like I had to listen to this stuff in secret. And this was my death metal before death metal. And it was life-changing for me, more than Metallica was. Metallica showed me the heavier side of music. But to me, Metallica to me was always a commercial band to some extent. Slayer felt more underground to me. It felt more risque. So if I had to reap one, I love Kill 'Em All. It's amazing. It's a landmark album. I think one of the greatest metal debuts ever. It's got a lot of history. I understand the whole context behind it, but I'm gonna have to go with Slayer on this one if I had to reap one.
No, that's fair. That's a good comparison. It's kind of a tough one for me. Kill 'Em All is an album I love. I have a long history with that. Goes way, way, way back into the high school days. There are periods where I love Kill 'Em All to death, and there are periods where I get a little bored with Kill 'Em All, and I don't. There's not really a rhyme or reason to it. Show No Mercy for me, it was not the first Slayer I heard. But yeah, like you said, Rick, it's a very good, very intense, very dark album. If it's not my favorite Slayer album, it's close to the top of the heap. Metallica, I've got a lot more, of a sentimental attachment to, but at the same time, like you said, those songs are also so burned in my head. I don't really have to hear the album in order to hear the album.
No, those are gone once you reap it. It's gone. You're done.
You don't get to wipe my brain.
Your brain is wiped.
You don't. No, we're not doing some
I don't
kind
know.
of Clockwork Orange bullshit here. We get to destroy my record collection, not my fucking inner cortex.
It's gone.
That doesn't work.
Lobotomy.
On this particular night, I think I'm going to keep the Slayer. And to be honest, I'm a little surprised at this. But on this particular night, I think I would keep Show No Mercy. This is one that I could very easily flip flop on.
To me, that's like the American Welcome to Hell. It's just something about it. You kind of sneak in a house, keep it in a bag. You just go walk straight to your room, make sure nobody sees it. That's the way it was in my childhood. That was that album.
Gotcha. Here's one that I've been holding on to. So before it slid too far down, Glenn wants a call on Carnage, Dark Recollections, or Hypocrisies, Osculum Obscenum.
That's a good pick.
That's a cool pair. That's why I've been keeping this one at the top of my screen as best as I could, fighting the current, because I wanted to throw that one up there from Glenn. I'll jump on this if y'all want a moment, since I've been kind of pondering it. For me, I would keep the Carnage. I really like the Carnage album. I think it's a little underrated and undervalued by a lot of folks, and I get why. The band didn't last all that long, but it's really, really good. Yes, it's a little rough around the edges. Not every song quite gels, but it just has so much potential shining through that I rank it really high in the Swedish ranks. There's nothing wrong with that Hypocrisy album whatsoever. This is not a diss on the early Hypocrisy. For me, and I think for a lot of folks, though, Hypocrisy maybe hit their stride a little bit after that album. The early ones are kind of cool, but the later ones are, what I gravitate towards. So this one, for me, definitely keep the Carnage.
How about you, Rick?
It's interesting, like you said, with Carnage, it's not a band that has a long history, but then although Hypocrisy has a lot of albums, this particular era of Hypocrisy, it's very, very brief too. I look at them both kind of hand in hand. It's just primal, savage, Swedish death metal. Yep. And this is before Hypocrisy got melodic. I think out of Penetralia in this one, I like this one more. I think it's a little more developed. I think the riff's a little more, just better structured. It's my favorite of this particular era of Hypocrisy. The Carnage album, that's one that's have not had a lot of history with. Again, I think, like you said, it's been relatively obscure and not talked about, and I don't know. It's just not an album I've seen, during my teen years at all. Though, I love it for what it is. It's just great Swedish death metal. But the Hypocrisy, out of if it was Penetralia, I probably would have went with the Carnage. But for this particular one, I'm gonna go with Hypocrisy.
Okay, Marty.
Carnage, I mean, I had it sitting here. I had it paired for something that I picked, but it's great. I prefer what they did a bit more with Dismember. It's great, brutal death metal. I just think when you pair these two, I think the Hypocrisy has just got better songs. Even though, I mean, you've got, Blasphemies of the Flesh, Infestation of Evil, Torn Apart. It's a good pick. Good pairing, Glenn, for sure. I think I'm going to also go with Hypocrisy here. I mean, I've got Dismember. Dismember is a little bit better or a little bit different, but yeah, I'm going with that one for sure. Okay, we got Tom from Sin Arcadia Productions. Everybody go check out his channel.
What's
He
up,
has donated $3. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thanks,
We've
Tom.
got Zentrix advantage versus Heathens Victim of Deception.
Okay. I can go on this one because
for it.
I saw Tom's post earlier and thought it was a fun pair. Yeah, this was a good pair, and it was a little harder because that's not my favorite Heathen album. But oh wait, no, I'm backwards here. Victims of Deception. Yes, this is my
The
favorite
second album.
Heathen. Yeah, this is the second album, and that is my favorite Heathen album. So I would go with that one. I really like what Heathen did on that album, kind of coming up with their own take on a Master of Puppets style album. Very, very strong, very classy, solid, mature thrash album. It's a real sleeper from the late era of thrash. If folks have never checked it out, it's a little different from their debut, and their debut is fine, but that album is one that is just a personal favorite from that era for me. So I'll keep the Heathen. No knock on the Zentrix, but I love that Heathen.
What about you, Rick?
I remember as a teen, a neighbor kid had a Heathen shirt, and I'd never heard of them. He's like, "Oh, they're kind of like Metallica." And I remember sometime later just checking them out. I'm like, these guys sound like heavier and just fucking darker, and just more intense than Metallica. And that was that was a really good kind of exposure to that tier of bands. But my issue was that I never seen their albums out in the wild. When I was exploring record stores. Zentrix was another band that I've never seen much of. So this is a really good pair up because these are albums that kind of just evaded me over time. Other than that Heathen I've seen on a t-shirt. But I don't have a lot of history with Zentrix. Though and I'm not familiar with that album. But the Heathen I do have. So I love what it is. It's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of Artillery, in that kind of vein. So, I love Artillery. So I'm going to go with Heathen on this one.
Well, I'll be honest. I have not heard that Zentrix album. The only Zentrix I own is the Ghostbusters cassette single. And that thing is so shitty. It made me say, you know what? This band sucks. No way. No thanks. Although I'm told that Zentrix have put out some killer thrash records. But yeah, for me, Heathen all the way. I prefer Breaking the Silence, to be honest. I love that record.
I think a lot of folks do prefer that one, and that's quite okay.
But Victims of Deception is a definite banger, and it really hangs in there really good too.
I think the fact that it was, US too, it's a little more accessible for me. Zentrix was harder for me. Those UK thrash bands are those came in later for me. They were not as available, years ago.
So, folks, I just want to say that, we're putting up the pairing up on the screen, so I'm unable to share, and I'm trying to go down the list here. So we're not going to be able to share as many comments back and forth type of stuff. I'm sorry. This is kind of the way this one's going, but yeah.
I've got one here. Who posted this a minute ago? This let's this is a cool pair, and folks have been talking about it in the chat a little bit. From Lazarus, the Queensryche EP or the Halloween EP.
Easy one. How's it going, Dwayne? Laz, I'm going with Halloween. The Halloween EP is, they're both great. That Queensryche EP is fucking awesome. Let's not mix words there, but for me, that Halloween EP is so good, so perfect. I didn't need the soaring vocals of Jeff Tate to make that EP great. I loved Kai's rough and melodious but rough vocal style, but I just love the speed metal feel, man. I love it, and it's great. I got to go with Halloween.
Congratulations, Lazarus. You finally found a pair where Marty will choose the Halloween out of the two.
That's pretty off.
Yeah.
I'd have to pick the Halloween too. I do really like the Queensryche EP. It was actually my introduction to Queensryche. I'm pretty sure. I know it's the first one I bought. But it's good. Queensryche moved on, to bigger and better things. Whereas you don't get a lot of Halloween material from that, pre-Michael Kiske era. And what you get is fabulous. That Halloween EP, it's one of the best things the band ever did. It's one of the best things that ever came out on Noise Records. it's hard to beat. Yeah. And if nothing else, it's worth it for the silly little intro alone with the happy, happy Halloween chant and the burp in it. Oh, shit. So, yeah, 2 great EPs. That's a cool pair to put up against
Good
each
pairing.
other. But yeah, I would keep the Halloween too. Rick, what about you?
Halloween EP I've not spent as much time with. I think just Halloween in general. Though I've heard a lot of good things about it. The Queensryche EP, I do know. To me, that's like a 10 out of 10. It's just the right length. There's no fat in it whatsoever. Every single note, every single thing in there, it's just where it needs to be. They're all at an all-time high. It's just a great introduction to the band. Like you said, we're going up to even more highs after that. So you guys know where I'm going with this. So Queensryche for me.
That's okay.
All right, Yacht Rock Guy. Thank you again for your submission and your money. Destroyer 666, Phoenix Rising versus Angel Corpse Exterminate. Good pairing, solid pairing.
Yep. Let me double check the track list on Exterminate. Sometimes I get my Angel Corpse albums a little tangled up. So I'll let y'all go first on this one.
How about you, Rick?
I tried Destroyer 666 and they've never stuck with me. I don't think they're bad. They're, but if I want to hear Destroyer 666, I always, I'll put it on for a few minutes. And I'm like, I'll put on like Absu or something. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It just that band never really clicked with me. Angel Corpse, however, that Exterminate album, I fucking love. It's, it's just really good, just with good death metal. But so I'm gonna have to side with Angel Corpse on this one.
Okay. Yeah, I'm caught up here and got my Angel Corpses straight. And I would keep this Angel Corpse over that Destroyer 666. There are a couple of Destroyer albums I do like quite a bit. Phoenix Rising isn't bad, but it's not my favorite from them. And yeah, having confirmed I'm not messing up on my Angel Corpse albums. That one is really good. Christ Hammer, Into the Storm of Steel. Yeah, I would keep the Angel Corpse in this case. A different Destroyer album, and it could get more interesting, but Phoenix Rising is just not quite my jam for that band.
This is my favorite Destroyer 666 album. This Phoenix
That's
Rising is, the riffs are so triumphant. The songwriting is so good. There's a lot of charisma. Keith or KK Walshslut's vocals are venomous and just very anthemic, and attitude. That Australian attitude is in here. Obviously, they've kind of been on the shit list of a lot of people over the years, which is very much warranted. But man, it's a great record. I love it. Angel Corpse, my favorite from them is Hammer of Gods. I love their debut. So good. I've seen them a lot on that album tour cycle. I've seen them on the Exterminate tour cycle. They've always been absolutely devastating. It's a hard pick, but I'm gonna side with Destroyer on this one. If it was a different, I would say the same thing. If it was a different Destroyer album, I would have picked the Angel Corpse. But that Destroyer 666 is my it's the sweet spot for me in their catalog for sure.
Very cool. Let's see. Where are we at, Marty? I know Eric's got one that we haven't.
Yep, I'm coming down to that right now. Eric, thank you so much, man. Sortilege Metamorphosis versus ADX Execution. I have not heard either of these albums, so I'm going to step out of this one.
Marty's French speed metal steel is not true.
It's not true. No, not true in the French sector.
All right. Rick, do you have thoughts on these?
This is an easy one, simply because I have not listened to the ADX. I do know the Sortilege, and they're fucking awesome. Just, again, I think it's one of the best things come out of France, especially with that the speed metal genre. So Sortilege for me.
Okay. Yeah, both of these are pretty highly regarded among speed metal fans, and so it's a really cool pair to put together. I had not thought of that. So cheers to Eric for coming up with a good way to balance these two.
Can always count on him to come up with good stuff.
At least in recent years, I've played and gone back to ADX more than I have Sortilege, and the Sortilege is a solid album. It's nothing against it, but the ADX is getting more spins in recent history, so I would keep the ADX just based on how much I'm playing it over the say the past.
Would you say the sound is pretty close to Sortilege? If I were to go check them out, is that something in that vein, or would you say it's?
They're both French speed metal, but I mean, no, you wouldn't like mistake one band for the other. I don't think they both they have their own distinct sound. So, but yes, I mean, if you like one band, I think the other one is definitely worth checking out. So, cool. But yeah, a cool pairing. I guess into this, most folks probably know this, but yeah, the Sortilege album, some copies, would have the vocals sung in French, but there are other pressings where it's sung in English. So, I guess it still counts as French speed metal.
I actually prefer the French. There's something about it. I feel like it's just, I don't understand what they're saying, but it's just, I don't know. I like it.
It probably makes sense that, yeah, I'm sure they originally did it in French, so it probably sounds a little stronger that way. I've heard both versions, but it's been a long time since I heard the French version. I mostly had the English version. But yeah, cool pair, Eric. I'll keep the ADX this time out.
Okay, another fun pairing here by Gutto. Gutto. Thank you, Eric, by the way. Thanks a lot, man. Venom, Black Metal versus Exciter, Heavy Metal Maniac. Good pairing? Good pairing?
Yeah, I like this. I want to need a moment, but I like it. It's a challenge. It's the good kind of challenge. Not the Tim Saunders Mountain King kind of make me cry at night challenge. Let's see. Black Metal and Heavy Metal Maniac.
Is Heavy Metal Maniac their debut?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah. Both of these have some top-notch songs. They both have a few songs I can live without. I think for me personally, I will keep the Venom here. It's pretty close. I like Heavy Metal Maniac quite a lot. I like Violence and Force. It's at least one step further up for me. If this was Violence and Force, I'd probably keep Exciter. But for this pair, I'll keep the Black Metal. But yeah, okay. Yeah, it took a moment to suss that one out. Marty, what do you think about this pair?
For me, Exciter, good stuff, but for me, that band really shined on Long Live the Loud. That's my favorite Exciter record. I love that record. Black Metal, and you start looking at Venom, their really good albums are few and far between after a certain point. And Black Metal, it's got some of my favorite Venom songs, like Sacrifice on there. Raise the Dead is on there. I even like Teacher's Pet on the, yeah, it's so good.
It's a fun song. It always bugs me when people complain about the fun songs on Venom records. It's like, come on, that's great.
Yep.
Teacher caught me masturbating underneath the desk.
Yep. Venom, Black Metal for me. Sorry, Exciter. Not today. Not today, Exciter. How about you, Rick?
The only Exciter I own is Violence of Force, which is why I was questioning if that was the debut or not.
It's their second.
It's their second. Okay. I really do like that one. My bias, I tend to lean towards the more darker stuff. Obviously Venom would fall in that category. It's kind of like when we talked about Kill 'Em All. It's it's a great album, but it's like band. I feel like they were trying to lead in that school of Motorhead, and then Venom kind of came in there, and I feel like those bands kind of went in that sort of faster and in Venom's case, darker direction. Exciter, it's again, it's a band that I haven't spent a whole lot of time with, so but Venom I have, and in this case, that's my comfort food. Black Metal, I mean, that's I can't give up that album.
Nah, too good, too classic. All right, I was doodling on the page and not looking for our next one. Oh, here we go. This is Steve's got one that's kind of a timely tribute to one. Rest in peace, Steve Grimmett, Grim Reaper, Fear No Evil versus Nuclear Assault Survive.
Good albums. I'm wrapping my brain around comparing the two.
Yeah, maybe not that close of a comparison, but I'm going to side with Nuclear Assault on this. I like Grim Reaper. I don't own any Grim Reaper, oddly enough. But Nuclear Assault, that Survive record, my high school years, I spun that tape until it was crunched inside a vehicle tape deck. Not happy about that, but yep, Survive for me all day long.
Let's see here. Wait, just to clarify on the Grim Reaper, Steve, do you mean See You in Hell, or Fear No Evil? I think you've got the two album titles kind of strung together.
Probably See You in Hell.
I'm guessing See You in Hell, but I just want to make sure before, if he means Fear No Evil, that might change the calculus a little bit.
Grim Reaper, let's look up here. We got...
Yeah, See You in Hell is their first. Fear No Evil is their second. So yeah, Steve, if you're still in the chat, if you can clarify for us, because I just don't want to, assume it's one if you really meant the other.
Holy crap, there's so many comments and I'm so far behind.
Folks are having fun with it. We got 84 folks in the chat right now. Thank you to everybody who's participating. I'm sorry we can't keep up faster. We do want to give each one we choose, a moment for folks to, ponder and comment on it.
Careful pondering, yes.
But it does mean we can only go through them so fast here. Let's see.
He's not responding, so...
Yeah, he may have stepped away for a minute. If it's See You in Hell... Let me make sure. If it's See You in Hell, then I would be picking Grim Reaper. If it's Fear No Evil, again, I'm trying to be careful here that I don't get anything mixed up. Since if it's Fear No Evil, then I would pick the Nuclear Assault. So it does make a little difference there, because that Survive album is probably my favorite Nuclear Assault. I like Fear No Evil by Grim Reaper, but I don't think it's quite as strong as See You in Hell. So yeah, my answer changes depending on which of the two Grim Reaper albums we're talking about.
All right. Holy crap.
Jack Steve did not die.
He did.
No. I'm thinking Steve Metal Mayhem 777. Yeah, sorry, if folks did miss the news. Yeah, Steve Grimmett did pass away earlier this week. But yeah, I thought Jack was referring to someone who'd been posting the question here.
Anybody have ones picked up? Because I'm still trying to get back to where I was.
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
There's a lot here.
Yeah, I've got ones. Tom, thank you. We'll get to yours in just a moment. But
thanks, Tom.
Let's see. What had I saved for later? Here, Peter had one earlier that I think now this was not quite my wheelhouse, but you two may like this comparison. Possessed, 7 Churches versus the first Deicide record. So again, Possessed, 7 Churches versus.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a mean pick.
Yeah,
there's not really anything comparing the two other than just being mean.
kind of seminal early American death metal stuff.
Oh man,
yeah. For me, I'm not. Deicide's not quite my thing. So for me, it's kind of an easy Possessed choice. But I'll just kind of I should just bow out on this one. Let you guys squirm. So Peter, again, while they think, just to make sure everybody heard it, since I can't find the post to put back up, it's Possessed, 7 Churches versus Deicide, the self-titled album.
Rick, you want to go first on this, or?
So Deicide was one of the first death metal bands I got into, and the whole I hate God shit just kind of drawn me in, and it's just it's then I found out about the dude and the upside down cross, and I'm like, is that brave or stupid? So I spent years pondering that. And I found out about Possessed later on, and I felt like that shit was just intense in a different kind of way. But I found myself, I don't know, with Deicide, especially the first 2 albums, it's just, to me, it's probably, at the time anyway. I listened to this stuff during the 90s, so it's part of the most intense stuff, even to the point where I wouldn't really play it for other people because I don't know how they would handle it. But Possessed had a bit of that thrashiness to it that I felt was a little more consumable and digestible for people, and that's why I played it more over time. But I think, you know, if I had the Reap one, I'm fine. You know, I got Legion. So I'm gonna go with Possessed on this one.
That's my favorite Deicide. That's their finest moment as far as I'm concerned. It's a great record, really well written, really brutal, but still memorable and just really nasty evil. But oh, by the way, everybody's calls, you know, yeah, Possessed coined the phrase death metal, just like Venom coined the phrase black metal. I mean, on principle and alone, you know, yeah, what constitutes a black metal band? People say it's a band that sings about Satan. So in that case, under those terms, yeah, they're black metal bands, or they're death metal. Venom's a black metal band, but Possessed, I always took them as just a dark thrash band. Always. They came out in that time. There was no death metal yet. They coined the phrase, but I mean, they were essentially very black metal. I mean, all their songs were about Satan. So, I mean, they could be listed a first wave black metal band too, if you really wanted to throw it down that way.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I have a death metal snarl when I listen to that stuff, and then I have a thrash kind of just kind of head movement. When I listen to Possessed, I got the thrash head metal, you know, head movement. I don't get the death metal snarl. So to me, it's more thrashy.
And you look at Beyond the Gates. I mean, the Beyond the Gates is very thrash. You listen to Eyes of Horror, a lot of thrash. Mm-hmm. Later, you know, starting to be late era thrash there. But anyway, I don't know. I'm soapboxing here, but I'm gonna go with Possessed on this. Deicide, like you said, Legion's a faster album, a little more aggressive album. I like it. I don't like it as much as the debut, but there isn't really many albums out there like Seven Churches. So I'm going with Seven Churches. Yep.
You know, they just announced a Deicide box set for next year. So for anybody who's looking to get that shit on vinyl, like I think I like just 9 LPs in there or something. So just found that out yesterday. Yeah. So
here's a good pairing. Eddie, thanks, man. Morbid Angels Gateways to Annihilation versus Nile's Black Seeds of Vengeance.
Ooh. I'm not very familiar with either of these, so I'll have to sit this one out, but I'm glad you pulled it. I had it typed over here to circle back to because I thought you two might like that one. So good call, Eddie. Sorry, I got to sit that one out.
It's a good pairing. You got Steve Tucker era Morbid Angel. You got Black Seeds of Vengeance with Chief on vocals, I believe. Chief and Carl. This is pre Dallas. No, Dallas wasn't in the band at this point, I don't think. This Gateways to Annihilation, when the album came out, I kind of just passed it off. But going back later and listening to it again, it might be my favorite of the Steve Tucker era. It is really well written. There's some really killer riffs on there. Very pulsing kind of riffs. Black Seeds is killer, but Nile went on to do a bunch of killer stuff. I'm going with Gateways on this. But the Steve Tucker era, I couldn't cleave this one. I would get rid of Formulas, I think, or Heretic. A Heretic album I did not like that much, to be honest. So, yeah, Gateways I would keep. I would Reap the Nile.
When I visit Nile, that's definitely technical death metal. It's not something I listen to a whole lot, listen that caliber, but Nile is one of those bands I got into very early on. I think I must have kind of gone and from here on out. Although Black Seeds is not my favorite one, it's a really good album. I think with both bands, they got really good drummers, you know, and when I want really good drumming on these death metal albums, I think those are two really good choices. Pete's still on Gateways. You have Rutan on that one, you know, again, one of my favorite guitarists in death metal. So, you know, I have more history with Morbid Angel. I do like Nile, but it's not up there with my favorite death metal bands, though they're really good, really technical. I love their theme and the whole just the way that the songwriting, the lyrics and all that. But but I'm going with Marty's point where it's like, because I feel the same way. I've come around to the album later, have found a new appreciation for it. So I'm gonna go with Morbid Angel on this one.
Right on. Okay. You have something picked, Alan? Because I'm scrolling here. Oh,
Sure, I do actually, and it was just up here a moment ago. So let me find it.
here I've got one right now. Actually, a Brian Arkham one. He hasn't. I haven't seen one from him yet. Someone
Hey,
throw
Brian.
this up.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
Alice in Chains Dirt versus Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger.
Damn it, you.
That's fun. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can do metal adjacent. That's fire. I'll start on this one. If give Rick a moment. He's cursing under his breath, so he may need a moment to compose himself. Alice in Chains for me is a band, of course. I've heard them forever. To be honest, I was never nuts about them back in the day, and part of that was just the overexposure. But I've circled back around to them. That's a band that Jeff, our buddy over at Metal Madness 66, he kind of insists. He's like, you really should give him another chance. And I've learned that Jeff's got very good taste. So if he's saying you ought to give it a chance, I probably should. And I have enjoyed Alice in Chains, going back and giving them it's been long enough now that I don't feel like I'm constantly barraged. You couldn't get away from Alice in Chains for a few years there in the mid 90s, and I just got tired of them. A lot of people pick Dirt as their favorite, but so far I'm actually more partial to Facelift. As far as Soundgarden goes, that album I have always loved. That's one I got into back in high school. It was my favorite album that came out of the Seattle scene, whether you want to consider them to be actual grunge or not grunge or whatever, I don't care. Bad Motorfinger is, just a bad fucking record. Bad in the good way, not bad in the bad way. I think that made sense. But yeah, bottom line, I'll put it this way. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger, it's one of the few albums I think that for non-metal bands is truly a heavy fucking record. Unless you're getting into like, some really, deep, dark, Swans type material. Bad Motorfinger is really an album that captures the heaviness of heavy metal without becoming a heavy metal record. So for that pair, I will keep the Soundgarden. It's just a really, really good album. Like it a lot. But I really have come around on Alice in Chains. If you'd asked me a couple years ago, I'd been like, Alice in Chains, I don't give a fuck about them. But I have turned the corner on that band, thanks to Jeff, and Brian himself has also kind of pushed me in that direction. So good pairing, Brian. And Rick, I've bought you all the time I can, so it's up to you now, my friend.
Yeah, so I can grab this. So this is probably my third or fourth copy I bought. Because every time I think I lost it, I just go out and just buy another copy of Dirt. Because I just love that album that much. Mad Motorfinger, I bought exactly once. And the thing about I visit both albums for different reasons, but like you said, Alan, like they both kind of tease that line of metal, and but they get lumped in that grunge scene with those other bands, although I don't think they're grunge bands. The thing is that the energy of Bad Motorfinger is more lively, and if I want to show people the epitome of a rock voice, especially from the 90s, Cornell is it, but Alice in Chains, they're more of a darker band, I think, in general, obviously, and the harmony is what does the magic between Cantrell, and Lane, just overall. But I think, if I had to reap one, man, because that is my favorite Soundgarden album, but I do. But which one do I have more of an emotional attachment to? If if I was stuck on an island and I had I'm feeling a certain way, Bad Motorfinger has that energy that I love, but Dirt just takes me to a place, it just takes me to a place that I usually don't want to talk to people about, but when they sing and they have those moods, I definitely understand it, and it just puts me there. Oh, by the way, so Brian Arkham and I did a deep dive of Alice in Chains on Jeff's Metal Madness 66 channel. So,
oh yeah, that's right.
A whole lot we talked about there about this.
Yep. Well, for me, my favorite Soundgarden album that I've heard is Louder Than Love. I love that album. I like Bad Motorfinger as well. I think it's a really good, slick album, very unique. Chris Cornell is obviously a monster vocalist. But for me, Alice in Chains Dirt, that is their best album, hands down. It's so heavy. It's so depressing at times. It is Lane Staley's voice is just great on that record. It's so great. And the songwriting is so great. And even like Wood, the song, and Rooster, I mean, they are played every day, all day on MTV, and I'm still not sick of those songs. But it's one of those albums I put it on, I'm going to listen to the whole thing twice. It's such a great record. Yeah. If you cleaved Bad Motorfinger, I'd be fine. I've got, Louder Than Love. But for me, Dirt is a superior album, and yeah, that's their best album for me. So yeah, I'm going with Dirt on that one.
Okay, that's cool. Let's see. I've got a vintage one here. Lazarus posted a few minutes ago, so I don't know what y'all will think of this one, but it struck a good chord with me. What do we think about Crimson Glory's self-titled album, not Transcendence, but their debut, the self-titled, versus Hellstar's Distant Thunder, the one that may or may not have lightning shooting out of the fingers, depending on which pressing. I have both. I have both because I'm that kind of sick little monkey.
Yep.
But yeah, what do we think of two of the American power metal bands on the classier side of things back in the 80s?
This is a good pairing. It's kind of like the way the Creams work, and what do you call it? Middle of the Road. Was it Middle of the Road?
Manila Road and
Road, yeah.
We had Queensryche and Halloween earlier.
Halloween, yeah. Just really good vocalists.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'll go. Crimson Glory for me. I think I prefer Transcendence a little bit over the self-titled, but it's a tough call. I've got a way more spin time on that Crimson Glory self-titled than I do a Distant Thunder, although Distant Thunder is great. Again, you've got the dueling of awesome singers.
Oh yeah.
I think the songs on the Crimson Glory stuck with me a little bit more than the Hellstar stuff did, for sure.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going with.
All right. Rick?
So we did the Wednesday night with Hellstar. I was on that one, and so I got a new appreciation for that band. So I've been kind of diving into their stuff and really love the band. Crimson Glory, I think from especially with this particular album, a Distant Thunder, very early one. It's but then looking at the catalog of where they've gone to now and where they came from, I feel like that's a band that's progressed. I love the way they progressed since that album. I can see why a Distant Thunder is considered another one of those great classic albums. But Crimson Glory, what I checked that out, that's a band too I've come around to recently, and the vocals on that, every time I listen to that, my jaws just drop. It's just something about it that just makes me want to return to that one. I love Hellstar. I'm still getting it, but they're both relatively newer bands to me anyway. But as of right now, the Crimson Glory album, it's where I'm gonna go with. Though I do love Hellstar.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what y'all articulate is why I thought this was a good pairing, and I'm sure Lazarus was thinking the same thing. Yeah, two great vocalists, two bands that do excellent songwriting, really strong musicianship backing up the vocals on it. Now, I'm kind of the opposite. Most people, I think, agree with Marty that Transcendence is their peak. Personally, I like the self-titled a little bit more than Transcendence because it's just got a couple of songs that stand out stronger to me. In particular, Azrael and the unsurpassable Dragon Lady. That is one of those songs that just absolutely nails it. And as such, for this particular pairing, I would keep the Crimson Glory. If the choice had been Transcendence, I would keep the Hellstar. That Hellstar is a fine album. There's nothing wrong with it. But that Crimson Glory album does not get surpassed by this Hellstar album. So cool pairing there, Laz. Thanks.
Yep.
All right, Marty, what you got next?
Metal Scavenger 78 dropped a pairing of thrash classics, Rigor Mortis versus Numbskull Ritually Abused.
I don't know the Numbskull album, so I will sit this one out, and that works because I need to grab another drink anyway. I'll be right
back. On. How about you, Rick?
I don't know the Numbskull at all, actually. I've heard some Rigor Mortis, but I don't own any. But I've enjoyed what I listen to, but I can't really point out anything particular specific about it. So it's one of those things where I think I'm going to have to side with rigor mortis simply because it's more familiar.
Yep.
But not a whole lot I can really add to this one.
Okay, for me, I've got a lot more time with the numbskull. A little more savage, I think. I like it a little bit more. I shouldn't say savage because that rigor mortis has got some savage shit on it.
Yeah.
I've just got more time with the numbskull. It was recently, it was reissued by Relapse here within the last 10 years. I say recently. It's amazing how fast time flies, but I mean, that's a good pairing. It's a good pairing. They're very similar in savagery. I'm going with Numbskull though. I think Ritually Abused is a really ripping ass album and a little more up my alley. There's something about the southern thrash thing. I like it. Like bands like Exhorter, not a huge fan of it.
Where they're from? They like a Louisiana band.
They're Texas, I want to say. Rigor Mortis. I can look it up real quick. I'm pretty sure they're Texas. I could be wrong. It could be New Orleans. Hold on. XS. Oops. What am I doing? Rigor Mortis. Come on. There's a million Rigor Mortis bands on. Here we go.
Oh man.
Yeah, they're from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, okay.
Dallas/Fort Worth, Texas. So, yep. So yeah, that's that. Here's a kind of a goofy one here. I don't know how. Maybe I see where you're going here with Drunken Metalhead Musings, but where he threw up a Godflesh Street Cleaner versus Strapping Young Lad City. Maybe the electronic slant of Strapping Young Lad could sit with the Street Cleaner, but other than that, they're very different albums. Very different albums.
I can go first on this one because it's a very easy pick for me.
Okay.
Yeah, these are both a little bit out of my wheelhouse. I don't mind that Godflesh album. I've never really been able to get into Strapping Young Lad, so I would pretty easily keep the Godflesh here. I don't know what it is about Strapping Young Lad. I just can't. Maybe I just can't quite wrap my head around them or something. But they've never clicked.
Rick, where are you at with this one?
Yeah, Strapping Young Lad is one of those bands I got into later on, but it's never quite clicked with me the same way. I think I'm with Alan on this one. I prefer Devin's solo stuff. It just, I don't know. I just found like he's expanded on that material since then. Though Strapping Young Lad, I've noticed it's a different brand of metal that he's done, but it's never something I really dive too much into. Though this Godflesh is a band that I've also not familiar with the whole catalog, but I do know Street Cleaner, and that's a great album. I think if they would have paired Street Cleaner with something like Pitch Shifter or early Pitch Shifter, it probably would have been.
Yeah, that would have been a way tougher pick for sure.
But I'm going to go with Godflesh on this one.
Well, for me, that was the first Godflesh album I heard, but I prefer the self-titled, the debut. I prefer the debut. I also prefer the Selfless album to Street Cleaner. Strapping Young Lad City. Oh my God. That album is absolutely crushing. That album is my favorite thing that Devin Townsend ever had his fingers on. That thing is, the songs are so great. You got Gene Hoglan on drums. So it's clinically, rhythmically perfect. It is just a burning fist to your face. It seriously is just someone beating somebody with a baseball bat sonically is what that album is. And that would be a bummer to not have that album in my arsenal, because that's a favorite. That's another one of those albums that I put on. I listened to 4 times in a row. I
think
love
what Wade said, City is the perfect musical representation of a temper tantrum.
Yeah, exactly. And wow, it's such a great record. It's a bummer you guys haven't really come around on it, but I love the character of Devin's voice. It's unique. It's pure power. He can sing beautifully, and he can scream like a skin demon. It's amazing. I got to go with City. I like
when it was
Godflesh.
coming out in the early 2000s too. I was in just a different phase of music in my life. It wasn't, I mean, it wasn't what I was looking for at the time. So I think if I revisited that catalog, I have a new appreciation for it. Maybe that's why I didn't swing in that direction. But the recent Devon stuff I love. So I don't see why I shouldn't revisit the old stuff. And this particular
City
album.
will blow you away. It's a crushing album. It's really fast, a lot of blast beats on it. It's really great. Drunken Metalhead Musings. If you would have put that Godflesh with like Pitch Shifters Industrial or their Submit EP, that would have been a hard choice. But I probably would have sided with Pitch Shifter. But yeah. All right. Anybody have a pick here? I've stopped.
I can't find it right now, but yes,
I've got one. If you can't find it,
I can't put it on screen, but I can call it out because
Okay.
it was a good pair, and I know we've done a couple from Tim, but I think this one will strike a chord with a lot of folks because it's generated some noise in the chat. Tim asks about Metal Church's The Dark versus Queensryche The Warning. So two sort of classic U.S. albums, second release by both bands. Metal Church The Dark, Queensryche The Warning.
They both got "the" in the title.
the albums from the bands.
I know where I'm going with this. I just recently got the Warning a year or so ago, and I enjoyed it immensely. But I bought The Dark when it came out, and I still can put that record on, and that album has never really aged for me. Neither has the debut, surprisingly. The first two Metal Church albums I've listened to thousands of times, and I never get sick of them.
So you're saying it still hits you like a ton of bricks, Marty?
It does. It hits me like a ton of bricks. My world will not give in. Yeah, so I got to go with Metal Church on this one. That album is just timeless to me. It's timeless. It still sounds just as fun and exciting as it did the day I bought it on tape.
Yeah, it's a good pair. I've been spinning The Dark recently for the first time in several years, and yeah, it holds up so well.
Yep.
That said, I've got to go with The Warning on this one. I've got a lot of history with both these albums, yep. And while The Dark has a ton of killer songs on it, The Warning is a really, really cool album. It was a big step forward from the EP, which, as we talked about earlier, is quite good itself.
Yeah.
That band just kind of moved by leaps and bounds between every release for a long time. And The Warning just really stands out from all the stuff that was released around it at that time. The production, is unique. The material is unique. It's got this more sci-fi, but at the same time, kind of a cerebral atmosphere about it. It's not corny or cartoony or cliche in any way.
Yep.
It's not the strongest Queensryche material ever laid down, but it still is a damn fine outing. And it kind of hurts, and it's definitely no slag on Metal Church whatsoever. But I'll go with The Warning out of that pair. Rick, it's up to you now. You're the tiebreaker. Who do you love more?
I think I'm with you, Alan.
Who do you love more, Rick?
I like Metal Church, but and I think they're both albums have great vocalists. But I think Jeff is just someone that I've just gotten more attached to over time. Over the years, I think it's just maybe a little biased there, but and I just love how much deeper it is. Sometimes I just look for that, and so the first three Metal Church albums are my favorite. But when you talk about Queensryche, probably going to fall in that same line. Everything they put out in the 80s, it's like up there for me. So a Queensryche on this one.
I gotta say, Rick, if you have not heard the last two Metal Church records, they're really good.
Actually, I haven't.
They're really good. They're really, really good. S&T Young, he's got kind of a cool pick here.
Okay.
Led Zeppelin 4 versus Black Sabbath 4.
That's fun.
That's a fun one.
Yeah.
Did we touch the 70s at all? I don't even know we did.
I don't think we have. This may be our first 70s showdown. Let me think through the track lists on those two.
Ooh, there's another good one coming up here too.
I mean, the knee-jerk reaction, of course, is to pick Sabbath over Zeppelin, but 4 is not my favorite in the Sabbath catalog. It's not that it's bad. It just when I rank them, 4 comes in relatively low. 4 is more like 6 or something out of the Ozzy albums. I'm not a huge Zeppelin fan. I'm just old enough where Led Zeppelin were dinosaurs by the time I was paying attention to music. So I've never been a huge Zeppelin fan. That said, 4 is 4 and 2 are the Led Zeppelin albums that I do kind of like. Now I'm just talking in a circle, apparently. Rick, bail me out here.
Well, I mean, what kind of history do you have with them? Like, when did you get into Sabbath 4? Versus think about Zeppelin too. Is where did it fall in the reign of metal? I know this is
In the toilet.
Like,
Ooh, I said it. I said it.
Go ahead, Marty. We know where you're going with this.
Marty.
But, go ahead, get it out of your system. It's okay.
I'm not a Zeppelin fan. They've got a handful of songs throughout their career that I think are great. Other than that, I mean, I've watched some live stuff from them and they sound like a scattered mess. Plant couldn't do it live. I'm sorry. He always sounds like crap. I don't know. I got to go with Sabbath on this all day long. The songs are better. That's a darker vein of music, heavier music for me. When it comes to Zeppelin, I love the song Over the Hills and Far Away. I don't know. That might be on Houses of the Holy. Houses of the Holy. That's a song I really like by them. It's got the flow. There's no weird start, stop, odd transitions. It's just a good flowing, wonderful song. But they put out a lot of crap that I just don't care about or don't like. Or Northern Michigan rock radio has killed Led Zeppelin for me too. That could be part of it.
That's huge, yeah. It's what AC/DC did to me. Yep.
Yeah. But I've got to go with Sabbath all day. I think it's a cool pairing. It makes total sense, but I got to go with Sabbath.
The first time I've seen anybody play guitar like executed perfectly when I was like 7 or 8 years old, it was Zeppelin songs, and I was like, holy shit, like this is the levels you could attain to. Like it was a neighbor kid, who had I forget what he had, a PV or something. and so that was my first impression of just guitar playing was being really cool. So a little bias towards Zeppelin there when it came to that particular style of music, and I thought that was heavy for its time. Before I was introduced to metal. But fast forwarding back to high school, we used to jam to Snowblind all the time. That was like that's what we always warmed up to back in the day. Yep. So so I got an attachment to Sabbath 4, and I know it's like the little ballad which changes. It's something I always played with my girl. She liked that one. If there was any Sabbath song she liked, it was that one. So I remember playing that one over the years. So this is actually tougher than I thought it was going to be. Being a Zeppelin's not really a metal band, but I think for its time they were pretty heavy for what they were.
Oh, they were considered metal in the 70s. Yeah, they were the definition of heavy metal to most people in the 70s.
But I think in the end, I've listened to 4 enough times. I don't need to listen to it again. But that old Ozzy era, there's a certain charm to it I enjoy, and I don't want to give it.
Yeah. Nah.
Sabbath for me.
Yeah, it's closer than I thought it would be too. I went back and double checked the track lists. The bottom line, it comes down to there's a couple of songs on each album I really like. There's a lot of songs on both albums that just are not my favorites by either band. So I'm going to do the metal thing and keep the Sabbath and ditch the Zeppelin, but it's really just more because of the two bands. I'm more likely to want to hear Black Sabbath than Led Zeppelin. But Volume 4, any other let me think this through before I say it out loud. Any other Ozzy era Sabbath album, this would have been a very easy Sabbath choice. Volume 4 is just... Snowblind is great. There's 1 or 2 other tracks there I dig, but I can really skip this album in Sabbath's discography a lot of the time. I'm not often in the mood for that one, but I will pick it simply. I'm picking Sabbath over Zeppelin as much as I'm picking Volume 4 over 4.
Right.
All right, let's
Okay,
let's get
I've
to some
got-
more. There's lots of good ones out there.
I got one here. Jack, thanks for your donation. Jack Half a Prayer is back again with Hellwish Sigil Miscreancy versus Sadist Illusions / Chemical Exposure, I'm assuming. But Illusions or Hellwish. This is a great pairing. They're very worthy two bands to be placed on the same line together. Not that tough for me. Not that tough for me. I gotta go all day with Sadist, man. Certain Death. God, what a scathing, amazing, burning hot wire thrash album. I mean, Hell Witch is right there too. Very similar, but I've got way more investment in the Sadist. It's so good. I could not cut that from the Sadist catalog. I like the other Sadist albums too, but man, that is just too good to let go. Just too good to let go.
Okay. Yeah, I double checked. I don't know the Hellwitch album here. Actually, the Sadist album is really, really good. So it'd be hard for the Hellwitch to replace it. But I don't know the Hellwitch album, so I kind of have to plead ignorance here.
I'm gonna break the ice on this one. Sadist is one of those bands I got to very late, and I'm kind of kicking myself for it too. But they were simply you couldn't find those Sadist albums. You
really couldn't.
It's just I guess that's part of the reason. But Hellwitch, you could argue the same thing. But I've actually acquired that album much before, and I just love how fucking thrashy and dark and technical it is. It just it's just there's a certain magic to that album too. Just for more familiarity, I'm gonna go with Hellwitch on this one.
All right. Okay, you got one pulled up, Alan, somewhere?
Nope, sorry, I'm putting Hellwitch on the list of things I need to listen to.
Okay, Human Falafel's got one here, one of which I'm not familiar with. We've got Nocturnus the Key versus Crypt of Kerberos, World of Myths.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, this is kind of a cool pairing. For me, I would pick Nocturnus as the key. I know some folks, take issue with certain aspects of Nocturnus, especially Mike Browning's vocals.
Oh, yeah.
I still like Nocturnus quite a bit, and the Key's a cool album. The Crypt of Kerberos is kind of cool too, but it's not one I've gone back to very often. So I would definitely keep the Nocturnus out of this pair.
I think I've listened to that Crypt of Kerberos once. I remember it being kind of just weird and distant apart, but I never revisited it for some reason. I should, because I don't remember hating it. I remember really liking what I heard, but I'm a lot more familiar with Nocturnus. That's one I definitely a lot more familiar with. So just like the last answer, I'm gonna have to go with Nocturnus simply for familiarity.
Okay, I'm still digging here, folks. I'm still going down the list.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
Folks are proposing a few. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
I don't mind Mike's vocals on it though. It's never bothered me. I just love
Oh
the
shit! I didn't pick. Sorry, I've not heard the Crypt of Kerberos record. I'm looking at the cover. It looks familiar. Yeah, I got to go with Nocturnus. I know I've talked a lot of shit about Browning's vocals, but that's a good album. It's a good record. The weak link is, the singer. He just does not mix it up very well.
Hellwitch, it's on the list. Folks in the chat are like, yeah, I've got to check that out. You saw it here. There is a list, and it is on it.
Okay.
Yeah, and just so folks know, there's a couple of really interesting pairs being proposed. There's a couple of them, however, that we have done on previous Keeper Reap episodes, so we probably won't pull those again since Marty and I have talked those through before. But I'm trying to note those as they go by in the chat.
Ooh, here's a good one. Metal Scavenger. Hollow's Eve. Tales of Terror versus Destructor. Maximum Destruction. That's a good pick.
I saw that one earlier and lost track of it. Yep.
Good pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Destructor.
While you guys are thinking about it, I'm going to go use the little boys' room again. I'll be right back.
Sure. Let me pull up the track list on that Destructor because I have not played that for a minute, but I remember it being a really good album. It's going to be hard to beat Tales of Terror, though. This is Maximum Destruction, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Two very cool albums. For my money, though, Tales of Terror is one of those albums I've got a real soft spot for. It was one of those bands I discovered through some of the Metal Massacre compilations. I love the self-titled track. You have Hallow's Eve. That first album is just really fun. Hallow's Eve straddles that kind of power metal with a little bit of thrash mixed in just to the right amount. What's the vocalist's name? Stacy something. I always liked his voice. Thought he had just a great heavy metal voice.
Yeah, Stacey Anderson.
I always liked everything about Hallow's Eve, even though, to be fair, they were always kind of a second tier band. They're one I always had,
That's the thing too. They were coming up, and they weren't one of those Bay Area bands. That's where everybody was kind of pointing their periscope. They were having to come out of Atlanta, the southeastern, where nobody points their periscope. not the part of the country you look to for heavy metal. That's why you miss bands like Hellstar, and all that shit. Like what's going on? It's like because people were looking over there. It's like this is Metallica band. Let's all look over there. It's shiny. Like,
yeah. I mean, like in most things, the two coasts get a lot more attention and thus hype than anything that happens in between. But cool pairing, but I will definitely keep the Hallow's Eve in this situation. What about you, Rick?
I don't know the Destructor. I feel like I should, simply because I like Hallow's Eve. That one's not my favorite. It'll probably be Death and Insanity. But that's a really good debut. So I hate how they keep saying this, but it's just for familiarity. I'm gonna have to go with Hallow's Eve on this one. It's like I'm trying to feel the pain, be like that Alice in Chains fucking Soundgarden. Thank you, Brian. But it's like maybe because I'm younger and simply a lot of this shit was not available, at the time when I was getting to a lot of this kind of music. So this is why we have heavy metallurgy, right? There we go.
We're trying. Well, for me, there's no beating that Tales of Terror album. That album is
it's great.
Kind of an unsung gem. It really is. An American. I mean, what the hell are they? I mean, they're not thrash. They're just awesome heavy metal.
It's what I was kind of telling Alan. It's like they're not from the Bay Area, so they were like little islands. Well, they were aware of the stuff that was going on, but at the same time, they weren't influenced by the whole happenings at the same time because they weren't directly there.
Yep. Another band that fucking James Murphy was in for a minute. God.
Yeah, because he was working out with Hallow's Eve when he kind of then circled back around down to Florida to work with one of those bands.
I was gonna say he's just close enough to there. He could just make a quick detour, maybe get for a while, and go back to Florida.
But yeah, that Hallow's Eve album, I haven't listened to it in a bit, and I even I like Death and Insanity. Every song's about death. I like Monument. That album, they're slipping. But man, there's some cool songs on that. There's some cool songs on that album too. They're just a band with a unique sound. They had the sound all their own, and it was a good sound, and they were good songwriters. I don't know. Hallow's Eve for me. That's a great record. Great pick. Great throwing those together. Here's one. I don't know if I'm familiar with one of them, but Lapse 9, Continuum 9, Cemetery, and Evil Shade of Grey versus Pertinence, Member of Immortal Damnation. I don't know if I've got that Pertinence. Let me see here.
I don't know that one.
They're Finnish, if memory serves.
The Cemetery album's awesome, but yeah, I don't know what I'm comparing it to, so I can't. Sorry. Huh. Let me go look this up while
they are from Finland.
I don't think I've heard of them.
I may have this CD somewhere. I haven't listened to it a lot.
Look how pretty the CD is on this. Like I just love look at that treatment.
Nice.
Fucking great. Like I don't really pay attention much to the CD pressings, but this is one of the ones that really caught my Aye.
That's
Oh,
cool.
and while we're comparing this pair, just a quick congratulations to S&T Young. He recently found Cemetery Evil Shade of Grey in the wild. It was something I know was pretty high up his want list. He showed it off, in one of his videos recently. He was really stoked to finally get a copy of that. So congrats, Steve. I'm glad you found it.
That's awesome. That's amazing you found that in the wild. Is it a Russian boot?
Yeah, I gave up. I think I ended up with the boot myself.
Well, I'll go first. I mean, Evil Shade of Grey is the best Cemetery album, hands down. Pertinence, I know I've heard this. I might even own this record. I've gotten it in a big gift box of stuff from my buddy Craig. I've listened to it once. It was killer. It's on the listen to again pile. So I got to go with Cemetery just out of nostalgia and excellence. That nasty pick in the song of the album. God, what's wrong with me? The self-titled album, the song "Evil Shade of Grey." It's got that pick noise on it. It's so cool. You don't ever really hear that. It's awesome. I don't know the word I'm trying to look for in my head, but it evaded me. Sorry, folks. I just had a short circuit there.
That's right. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised I've never heard of this Pertinence, looking the band and the album up right now. It's going on the list too.
There you go.
Stupid list. How long is this damn thing?
It's nothing.
It's because you don't have a digital list, Alan. Like,
you don't need a digital list when you've got paper and pen. Digital list can get lost.
Yeah. My computer never gives me, this paper will never say 502 error, file not found. I'll just be like, where's my fucking piece of paper?
I hate Google for that.
All right.
They're both nasty albums. I love them both. Yeah, I got a boot of that Cemetery. I think it's a boot. I don't think it's official. But it plays fine. I haven't official Pertinence. But I think, when it comes to this kind of sound, I think, I don't know, the Finnish have something kind of special going on with this. So I find myself playing this one just a little more. So I'm going to go with Pertinence on this one, just because my little Finnish bias.
All right. Oh, I just seen a good one in it. There's a good one. Okay, here's one. Metal Scavenger again. Loudness, Thunder in the East versus Anthem Tightrope.
Oh, I responded to this one in the chat earlier.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Going to Japan. We haven't any Japanese bands at this point.
Now we are.
Oh, well, we are. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I went with.
Which one did I send you? I said Marty wanted the Loudness tapes. I don't remember which one it was. Was it that one?
You can't. No, it was not. Thunder in the East is the one that's got Rock and Roll Crazy Nights on it.
That's the one Therian did a cover of.
Yeah.
Therian's covers make no sense sometimes.
Had a really cool cover on it though. The one I had never seen before. It was good. I liked it.
Out of this pair. Sorry, Marty. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say, because I answered earlier in the chat, because I didn't know if we'd get back to this one. I picked Tightrope. I hadn't even thought of that album in ages, but it was a fun one. I had it a long time ago. I can't really articulate why, but for me, it was just always, one of the really cool Japanese metal band albums. So I had nothing against Loudness. I just never got really deep into them. Not that I got huge into Anthem, but I just liked the Tightrope album a lot. Had that strange cover with the ballerina on it and stuff. It was just a cool, fun album. So Tightrope for me.
I have not heard the Anthem album. I've seen bits and pieces, clips and stuff online. They seem decent. I have heard Thunder in the East. I used to own it back in the day. It's a good album. I like them. Insane guitar work, of course, and I'm going Loudness on this one.
I had a copy sitting around. I forgot where I put it. Damn it, the Anthem one. So that's a band I've really been getting into recently. But the thing about Loudness is I actually ignored them for years because I thought they were just another glam band. I don't know if it was
they sometimes get lumped in with that kind of stuff unfairly. Yeah.
And I finally listened to their stuff. I'm like, okay, these guys they're not Motley Crue or anything like that. They got their own. But I just love the Japanese heavy metal scene and what's going on now. And bands like Metal Lucifer, and it's just like bands like Anthem, I think, help pave the way too in loudness. But the thing about loudness is, again, that's a band that I've never spent much time with. And neither Anthem, but Anthem, I've been on a kick lately, and I've really been enjoying their stuff. And I love the Tightrope album. So I think I sent a copy to Brian too. So just because I liked it that much.
Right on.
So Anthem for me.
Okay. Here's one. Francisco Venegas. Autopsy's Macabre Eternal versus Incantation Vanquish and Vengeance. That's a good pairing. Good choice, Francisco. Good choice.
Autopsy.
Well, being that John is very influenced by Autopsy, you can hear it in the riff sometimes. That Vanquish and Vengeance album is good, but John's voice still wasn't as brutal as it should have been by then for me. I've got to go with Autopsy, Macabre Eternal. Great record. Their comeback, the Autopsy comeback has been really strong. It's been, is it as influential or classic as the debut of the early era? No, it's not, but I'm much happier that Autopsy's around rather than Abscess, to be honest. Abscess had more of a punky vibe. Autopsy it's good to have him back. So yeah, Autopsy for me.
Okay. Well, Rick and I talked this one over, Marty. I just posted something over in the host chat for you to double check, please. What do you think on this one? I
did not see a super. No, I don't. I didn't see that. Is it up?
I don't. Nikki asked in the chat a minute. Nikki, we're looking for your thing, but yeah, I don't think I've seen it pop up just yet.
Nikki, I hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're hanging in there.
Yeah. Nikki's had some misfortune lately, so everybody send Nikki some love this evening.
Give him some love. Nikki, I don't think it has popped up. No. No, because it would come up.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, if I'm not seeing it and Marty's not seeing it, I don't think it maybe there's a delay or something. If it pops up, we'll obviously shout it out right away, man.
Oh crap! There's another one here from Tom that I didn't see.
Let's see. Yeah, for this to get back to this pairing while Marty checks on that, I'm not super familiar with these two albums from these two bands. I've heard them, but it's been a while and never in depth. I think Marty summed it up well, though. The Autopsy comeback. It's been pretty good. I don't have anything against that Incantation album, but it's not going to float to the top of the Incantation list either. So I think I'd be comfortable keeping the Autopsy here. It's one of those bands that most of the time, they hit the mark pretty well for me. Rick, where do you stand on this one?
The thing about Incantation is I love their last album, but for some reason. So we got Incantation on the shelf. For some reason, I've always leaned towards the 90s stuff. It's my favorite era. It's just that much. I just enjoy it that much more. When it comes to Autopsy, I don't know. It's just I don't have an era what I don't like. I could just put on like any Autopsy and just Chris does something which just hits the spot. And so I don't know. I'm gonna go with Autopsy in this one, just because that's just comfort food for me more than Incantation is. Incantation is there's more there's more to it and more texture that I really enjoy, but for certain eras of the band. I'm not saying Vanquish and Vengeance is a bad album per se, but it's very middle of the road for me.
Oh my god, I lost my place. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. I'm out of step here with where I was, but Gutto's got another good pairing. Corner, No More Color versus Sabbath's History of a Time to Come.
Yeah, I saw this earlier and was going to circle back to it also. It's been a minute since I played No More Color, so let me...
Oh, such a great record.
Yeah. Oh, and I remember it's good. I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything critical before I compare it. I know history quite well. No More Color...
Okay, there's Tom's. Wait a minute. That's way up toward the top. Oh my god.
Let's see. For this pair, for me. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I got No More Color booted back. It's been a while since I played that one by Corner, which there's no reason for. It's a great album, I like it. History is one of those albums that I've always held just really high, though. I've known that album forever. It's one of the, let's see, I've got 6 albums framed on the wall up here above my desk. History of a Time to Come is one of them. Not just because it has an awesome cover, but because it's a pretty awesome record. So you got to keep the Sabbath album out of that particular pair. But yeah, those early Corner albums, you can't go wrong with them. You hate to see any of them go by the wayside. Rick, what do you think in this case?
They were one of those weird bands for me, Coroner. Back in the day, it didn't sound like anybody else listening to. I actually don't own that one. I got RIP and Mental Vortex, but that's what I definitely need to grab. I did enjoy what I heard. Sabbath, I have not listened to that album. I have Dreamweaver. I love that one.
That's yep. Also really good.
So that's just one of the ones I'm still getting around to. But I'm gonna have to reap it though, because I'm gonna go with Coroner on this one.
Understandable, given what you said there.
Damn it.
Yeah, the Corner is a tough one for me to let go of. It really is. It's such a great record. Of course, so is History of a Time to Come, but I might like Dreamweaver a bit better. I got to go with No More Color on this one for sure. And here's another Tom one. I don't know. I'm all screwed up. I don't know what happened, but I never saw this one. And he paid for it, so we better get it out there. Gorguts Obscura versus Crimson Massacre, Luster of Pandemonium, Ultra Insane Tech Death Battle. I have not heard Crimson Massacre.
I haven't heard either.
That's completely new to me too. I'm sorry, Tom. I'm trying. It doesn't even ring a bell.
Tech Death Battle. That fucking Gorguts, man. It's just I'm still trying to wrap my head around it today.
You beat me to it by a breath. Yes.
Oh man.
Really neat, interesting album, but boy, it is a tough nut to crack.
Lot to swallow.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry, I can't. Yeah, we don't. You found one that none of the three of us are familiar with.
Oh, here's a tough one early on. Go ahead.
I'm not obscure, but I got in a certain mood for that. It's definitely not one that, because when I want to listen to something kind of strange and out there, and I'll usually put on like Cynic or Atheist or something along those lines. It's a little more digestible.
Yeah. Here's back at the beginning. I missed this one. This is a good pair. Predux picked Slowfeg Traveler versus Lost Horizon Awakening the World.
Oh, I didn't see that one. That is.
I didn't see it either.
One. I'll let you guys chew on that because I'm in the middle of typing a reply to someone.
I'm so pissed I lost my place. I had it. I was like going down the list, and then all of a sudden I fucking. Well, I'll go first. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one. That's probably the best Slowfeg record. Although that's saying a lot because there's some great Slowfeg records. That is the best Lost Horizon record. That is one of the best power metal records ever. I got to go with Awakening the World. I got to go with that one. I could not hear Welcome Back ever again. That song is such an ass ripper. Oh my God. I can't even, the guitar work is so good. I can't even air guitar to it well. It makes me want to smash my air guitar and set it on fire. Yep. That's where I'm at with that one. So yeah, I got to go with Awakening the World.
You know it's top shelf when your air guitar can't keep up.
I can't keep up. My air guitar skills suck on that one.
Oh, that's awesome. Rick, what do you think on this one?
I'm one of those guys, I got into the power stuff way later on, so Slowfeg was one of those bands I got into first, Lost Horizon. I think I got into that band because of you guys, but I haven't spent a whole lot of time with it, and that's one band I definitely want to explore the catalog a little more. But Slowfeg is just one I'm more familiar with. And Traveler is a great album. So I think that's a good pair up. But again, just from familiarity, I'm gonna have to go with Lord Slowfeg on this one.
Okay. For me, yeah, I mean it's The Lost Rising is an amazing power metal album. It is easily, though, my favorite Slowfeg album. It's just I felt like their albums, they kind of built towards that one and really crested with that one. there's a ton of good power metal albums out there I hold up really, really high. Traveler Slothfig is kind of a little bit more of a unique entity. I want to keep Traveler, and I'll have to let go of the Lost Horizon, which choices have to be made sometimes.
What was that? What was that reaction?
Wow. Oh, wow. I'm a little shocked right now. I don't know what to say. I can't even look at you right now. Okay. Human Falafel. This is a good one. Crowbar versus I Hate God. Take as needed for pain.
Ooh. They're both heavy albums. I think one's very dark in its own particular kind of way. But love Kirk, man. Great guy. I think he's does some really, really good. That first Crowbar album, holy shit. But I think I revisited I Hate that Take As Needed for Pain in particular. It's a dark album, but it's got me through some personal just life challenges in general. I put that on when I'm in a certain kind of mood. I haven't done that as much with the Crowbar. The Crowbar's a fun one though. I put that on for people. I put that on for people who are. It's like the what do you call it? It's the remedy for getting over new metal. So my friends back in the day, we'd get over that hump, and I'd be like, you need to check this out, and I put something like Crowbar, and I think like, oh, okay, there's a whole other side of this heaviness, and like you've been missing out. And I think that you're going for that New Orleans, and that's a good pair up.
That's a good pair up.
But from a personal standpoint, I'm gonna go with I Hate God on this one.
I have no dog in this race, so I'll sit this one out.
I am not a big fan of either of these bands, so I would go with I Hate God, Take As Needed for Pain, just for the sludgy nastiness of it. Crowbar has always kind of bored me, to be completely honest. I had Obedience Through Suffering. Okay. Hey, Kellen, thank you. We're getting to you here in just a second. I'm trying to get my bearings. There's so much crap I've missed.
I've heard other stuff by I Hate God, and I liked it, but I don't think I've heard that particular title. I'm drawing a blank on that one for some reason.
I think that one, it's like what Warning is to Doom. I think I Hate God is what it is to that sludge. Just kind of just puts you in that mood, and is not very happy.
Okay.
Here's a really good pairing. This is a good one from Scott Metal 666. We haven't done one from him, so we're going to jump in on this one.
Absolutely.
Non-metal. We've got Cro-Mags, The Age of Quarrel versus Bad Brain Self-Titled. Good pairing. Wow. Both are great records. Man, I got to go with Cro-Mags on this one. That is like the New York hardcore album that all New York hardcore aspires to be and just never has been for me. I mean, there's some great New York hardcore, don't get me wrong, but The Age of Quarrel is a great fucking record. It is just great. So good. So yeah, for me, I can't get rid of Age of Quarrel.
What you say is true, but on the other hand, that Bad Brains album is the hardcore album that all hardcore albums strive to be.
I know.
Whether they're from New York, DC, Orange County, or anywhere in between.
But I like Black Dots. I like Quickness. I like which is a little more, isn't as hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
Eye Against Eye. I mean, they put out a lot of great stuff. Yeah. The one album recorded by Rick Ocasek. I can't remember the name of it. I've got it. I can't remember.
It's been a long time since I heard either of these. As I'm looking back over track lists right now, trying to see if there's anything that really pushes me one way or the other.
I don't know what I put on a Bad Brains record. I got a few CDs. That debut is, it's great too. But I wouldn't say it's a perfect hardcore album. But with Cro-Mags, to me, that's a 10 out of 10. It's always been. And when I want to get into people's hardcore, and it got that's like number one. That's the kind of pretty much what for people who are just trying to get into it, wrap their head around this style of music.
It would have been awesome to see Bad Brains back in the day.
Yeah.
Put on a football helmet and try not to get killed.
Yeah. I am very my memory is very rusty on these. I should probably sit this one out, but I'll make a call. I'll actually pick the Bad Brains one over the Chrome Eggs. And part of it is just I don't know. Age of Quarrel is hugely popular, but I almost feel like it's more popular with metal fans that like hardcore stuff. Whereas I think the Bad Brains is more popular with hardcore fans.
It's punkier too. It just got more of that.
Yeah, I think it's just if we're viewing these from the lens of picking a hardcore album, I'm going to pick the Bad Brains one.
John Joseph was their roadie for a while too. Bad Brains roadie.
Yep, so I'll go with that one.
Okay. Did you chime in on that one, Rick?
Yeah, I went with Chromags.
Okay. I think I'm back in place here. We got Jeff Goss with another good pairing. Anvil's Metal on Metal versus Man of War's Sign of the Hammer. Interesting pairing. Not really. Maybe the time, maybe the date.
Never got into Anvil, but I got curious about them when that depressing documentary came out about them some years back.
Yeah, the documentary was great.
Yeah, I'll take the lead on this one.
So in the metal band.
Yeah, it's a cool pairing. Metal on Metal's probably Anvil's best. It's a fun album. Some cool tracks on it. Even some of the cheesy tracks on that one are still quite fun, like Tag Team and stuff. And you got to love Mothra. But that's my favorite Manowar album. I'll take that even just a little bit above Hail to England. So while the Anvil is good, it's going to have to tag out in this particular pairing because Manowar is going to take that one all day.
Yeah, there's really no competition for me. The Manowar beats it. They're a better band. I mean, Rob Reiner is definitely a better drummer. But vocals, I mean, you can't compare the vocals. Eric Adams crushes him.
That can be taken a couple of different ways.
Yes.
We've always straddled the line with that band. But, I've been exploring them more, and thanks to, what's his name? Jason Hook.
Yeah.
If he can love that band, I think that's a good story.
There's hope. Yes. There's hope for humanity.
That was a fun episode with Jason when we ranked the Manowar albums, and boy, a lot of people got pissed off that night.
Yeah, they did.
Those rankings did not sit well with anybody.
No, they did not.
Where was the Velveeta on Sign of the Hammer? Was it quite there yet, or was it a little lower?
There is some of it. Not to the extent that it's the last album they did before they got on Atlantic, and the Atlantic albums are where it starts to show through a bit, strong for some folks on the cheesiness. There is some of it on Sign of the Hammer, but not to the point that it offends at all. I think it's just fine.
Cool.
All right, Metal Mayhem's back with another pretty good one. Broken Hope, Swamped in Gore versus Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life.
I tag out. I'll be back. I'm out of drink again.
I'm gonna have to go for some more juice after this answer.
Oh, Rick.
Love both bands. It's although I gotta say, neither are my favorite albums from both bands, but I'm probably gonna have to go. I'm gonna go with Cannibal on this one just because of the just the sheer brutality, and that was the first one I was exposed to. It's just the shock factor of that shit, and being that coming from an art guy, you're looking at that cover. This is before I knew about before I knew Beaten Back to Life. If I knew about that one, that was just I just escalated to another level. But this one was more of a, how the hell do you eat your own innards? Like I'm trying to I was just trying to figure this out from a logistical standpoint. How does that work? And it's just dumb to do that. But musically, I mean, I just never heard anything quite like it. At the time, it was fucking, threw me for a loop. Broken Hope I got into later. And again, I love the brutality on that too. But it's just had a whole different vibe. The Cannibal. I mean, again, I don't think it was Bard's best performance, but I just like this. I don't know. Again, it's just a bunch of young guys trying to be fucking edgy and fucking stupid and just brutal and and it just hit me at the perfect age.
Yep.
So accountable on this one.
Yeah. These two bands are just not my jam, so that's why I tapped out for a minute.
Yeah, Cannibal Corpse, Eaten Back to Life for me. That I really like the Barnes era. I never listened to it. I don't need to ever listen to it again, probably. But Swamped in Gore, when that came out, I bought it. What a dumb cover, and it just was derivative of Cannibal Corpse and Suffocation. It always blows me away. It's amazing how shit comes back around, because that Swamped in Gore was reissued last year or this year, I don't know, but people showing it again and freaking out about it. It's like, really, really, really. I don't know. Cannibal Corpse for me. Nundo 7781's got a cool one here. Trouble Psalm 9 versus Candlemass Epicus, Dumicus Metallicus. Debut albums. Huh. Well, since I cleaved Candlemass on the Halloween round, I'm going to save them on this one. I think the songs are better. Candlemass wrote a little bit better songs on this album, on the debut, than Trouble did on their debut, even though it's a killer fucking record. I love it. I got to stick with Candlemass on this one.
I feel like for people just getting into Doom, I would have a little, trouble getting them more into Trouble than would Candlemass. I think Candlemass exemplifies more of that epicness that I really like. Trouble, obviously, they're from a whole different part of the geography. They have a whole different scene, whole different sound. But I love both albums. And as you guys know, I just caught Candlemass at a show not long ago, and they played that whole Epicus album. So that's still fresh in my mind. It reminded me how amazing it is.
Yeah.
So I do love the Trouble album a little more. The thing with Candlemass, it's not my favorite Candlemass album, but that's very high up there. So Candlemass for me.
Yeah, good pairing. Nice choice. For me, pretty easy though. I definitely keep the Candlemass. It's not my favorite Candlemass, but it's way up there. It has some classic, timeless songs on it that are very good on Epicus, and also very good when they were done with the Messiah Marklin lineup in the band, stuff like Blackstone Wielder. Just magnificent stuff.
On Tales of Creation? No, that was Under the Oak. Never mind.
Under the Oak, I got redone for Tales of Creation, but a lot of those tracks show up on different live recordings with Messiah.
We read that.
Yeah, the early Trouble stuff, it's not bad. But I just don't hold it up on the same pedestal most folks do. And I can't necessarily explain why. I just, most folks, consider early Trouble like, top tier stuff. And for me, it's kind of like, it's not bad. I'll put it this way. The Metal Massacre 4 compilation has, Trouble on it and Lizzie Borden and about 8 or 10 bands nobody has ever heard of. And out of those 8 or 10 bands nobody's ever heard of, I would pick almost every single one of those songs over the Trouble song on that comp. They just never have blown me away with the early stuff the way they do most folks.
Right.
It's not you, Trouble. It's me. I take full responsibility for not wallowing in adulation on those early albums. But just for whatever reason, they just never have really stole my heart the way they do for a lot of folks. So, but Epicus, Epicus, we're keeping that Blackstone right here. Now wield that one for a long time.
Yeah. Ken threw down a pairing on here. It's a pretty good one. We got Samael Blood Ritual versus Elastus the Just Law. Good pairing. This is a good one.
Okay. I'll jump on this one. It's a easy one for me. Definitely the Samael. Cool album. The Elastus, I've heard it, but it wasn't bad, but it didn't impress me enough that I really want to give it a lot of spins or break it back out over and over. But yeah, the Samael is pretty cool. So definitely Samael for me.
How about you, Rick?
Gotta say, I don't know the Alessis, but I do know the Samael, especially that early catalog.
Oh, this old thing.
Oh yeah, that little thing. Got a CD and vinyl. Well, the first three anyway, which is I loved it that much. So that's an easy one for me, simply because familiarity and I just fucking love Samael, especially early Samael. So Blood Ritual's where it's at.
This one for me, man. This album is so dark and evil and creepy. I love it. That was the pairing I picked. I picked Ceremony of Opposites versus this, which we may have done before. I don't know, but
not sure.
God, this album is.
It has that signature,
so
but they're so different at the same time. You know,
they're so different. I love Ceremony of Opposites. I probably would have picked this one. It's so dark and evil. Great album. I love it. I got to go with the Samael. So for sure.
Thanks for jumping in, Ken.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Captain K. Dark Throne, Transylvanian Hunger versus Immortal, Pure Holocaust.
This was the one Captain K. Yeah, I think I saw this one from Captain K earlier. He had a fun one, and then he posted the mean one. I'm almost over it, Captain. I'll jump on this again. For me, no disrespect to Transylvanian Hunger, but Pure Holocaust is one of my favorite black metal albums ever. On some days, I will tell you it's my favorite black metal album ever. Depends on which day of the week it is. But as such, there's no way the Dark Throne album is going to surpass it. So I would definitely keep the Immortal album. Change it to a different Immortal album and it gets trickier. But Pure Holocaust is, it's among the three albums that kind of take turns being my favorite black metal album.
Okay.
Transylvania Hunger never clicked with me the same way. I know people have raved about it and it's been, but I've always liked Panzerfaust just a little more. But Immortal, they're a whole nother animal to me. This is my favorite era of Immortal. Pure Holocaust, Battles in the North. It's just, something about, and don't get me wrong, I like raw black metal. But there's a bit of the comparing these two. I'm going to go for the comfort food and Immortal for me for this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it the hat trick here and go with Pure Holocaust. I love Transylvanian Hunger. I know when I got it at first, I didn't care for it because it's just so repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
But time and the genius of the riffs, even though I say genius, they're super simplistic. But there's a lot of heart in the riffs on Transylvanian Hunger, and they're good enough where the repetition really sells them. But for me, it's Pure Holocaust. It's a better album. I think it's the songwriting's better. It's a little bit more going on in the songs.
Yeah, I'd agree. And it's interesting because I think for a lot of folks, those two albums have kind of shifted positions over the years. Yeah, I think if we were doing this show in like the early 2000s, people would have been all over Transylvanian Hunger and kind of down on Pure Holocaust. Pure Holocaust stock seems to have risen with folks over time, whereas Transylvanian Hunger, not that it's gone down any, but people don't seem to rave about it the same way they did 20, 25 years ago.
There's more people ripping off Transylvanian Hunger than there's more people ripping off Pure Holocaust.
That could be part of it. Yep.
More along the same lines. Yep.
Yep. Did we get Kellen's yet?
Nope, we're getting there. I got one here. I don't want to lose my place. I'm cruising down the list here finally.
Okay, I just want to make sure Kellen's
No, we're gonna get you, Kellen. Just hang in there, man. Drunken Metalhead Musings puts up a cheeky one. Obsequies the Psalms of Sorrow Kings versus Nechachuan Heart of Akama.
Oh,
which of your children do you love more, Marty? No, wait, if it's all about the Benjamins, Marty, who's made more money? Who sold the most copies this week?
We've only put out one Obsequies album, the debut on CD. So
the thing about Logan is he's the only guy I know who can drink more, and just his brain just gets better from.
Don't encourage him. Don't. He's like, yeah, that one guy on the internet said I'm smarter when I'm drunk. Doctor, it's fine. It's fine. I'll start this off.
You do no, Marty. You get a complete free pass on this one if you want. You do not
No.
have to make a choice if you do not want to.
No, and I think Tanner would agree with me. Nachachwin, the musicianship of Nachachwin and the songwriting is amazing, and so is Tanner's. Don't get me wrong, but you put these two albums next to each other, I prefer the Heart of Akamon. I love all the Obsequiae albums, but man, the one that we put out, the first one, Suspended in the Broom of Eos, is I feel it's their best. I think the songs are the best constructed there, but they got a lot more technical and cool as they win, I guess. But I got to go with the Heart of Akamon. That album is amazing. It's amazing. Nachachwin's amazing. I got to go with Nachachwin.
Rick, how about you?
I think in my case, like Marty said, I'll just all the stuff, that I checked out with Nachachwin is great. But the thing is, this particular album I actually spent the least amount of time with. I've been enjoying that new one a lot more just because it's the most recent one. But this Obsequiae, I went on a really strong kick last year.
They're great.
That material, so I'm a lot more familiar with this particular album. Just because of that, but just for familiarity, it just Obsequiae is more familiar, more comfort food for me. So gonna go with that one.
Okay.
Though I love Nachachwin.
Yeah, both bands very cool. I like Obsequiae quite a bit, but I think I'd have to side with Nachachwin on this particular one. Heart of Ackman's a really, really cool album.
Yeah.
Nothing at all against Obsequiae. Their stuff is very cool too.
Okay, here's a cool one from Yacht Rock Guy, a fun one. I don't know how much either of you guys are going to be into this one, but it appeals to me. Skinny Puppy, The Process versus Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste.
I cannot help with this one. I'm sorry.
I'm a lot more familiar with Ministry's catalog than I am Skinny Puppy. Jeff did a really good deep dive, so I learned quite a bit more.
Yeah.
Through that band.
That was a cool one. Yep.
But had a really cool guest on there too. But just for familiarity and a minor terrible thing to say is this, that's a great album. It's not my favorite one, but I'm a little more biased towards Ministry. I just like their heaviness, and I just think I just love Al's work in general. So Ministry for me.
Yacht Rock Guy, may have been a cooler pairing to put it up against Rabies, Skinny Puppy Rabies. It's the same era, and Al did some mixing production on Tin Omen, and a couple other songs on there. The Process I like. If it was a different Skinny Puppy album, I would have picked Skinny Puppy, but that Ministry album is the last Ministry album I really love. The songs on it are kind of eternal. I'd have to go with Ministry on this one.
That's a refreshing pair up too, because it's it's not just all thrash or whatever. A little industrial is good too.
Yeah. Ken put the Dissection against Necrophobic. We've already done Necrophobic.
Yeah, I told Ken in the chat we'd already kind of talked a lot about Necrophobic, so we might skip that.
And Dissection on Wednesday.
Yep.
Let's see here. I'm still cruising. Anybody have anything up? I'm still cruising through a bunch of.
I've been saving right here, so I'm just a little bit ahead of you, I think. So I never know how to say this person's name. Sorry, but they've got Anthrax, Among the Living versus Paradox's Heresy.
That Heresy album is so good.
Yeah, this one's weird for me because I'm not very familiar with that Paradox album, and I'm a little burned out on that Anthrax album, so it's kind of opposite problems. You definitely know the Anthrax album a heck of a lot better, but I don't really need to hear it that often either, because as Rick's mentioned a couple times, some albums are just kind of beaten into your skull. The Paradox album would probably be a more interesting one to keep and get to explore more. I know their first one, Product of Imagination, a lot better than I know this one, so I'll keep the Paradox because they're a good band, and that album I've got more to explore on, where Among the Living, just it's a good album, I like it quite a bit, but if I never hear it again, I'm still always going to remember what it sounds like. Rick, how about you?
Marty encouraged me. I think we had a chat some time back to check out Paradox. That's a band of, again, I come around to very late, so I couldn't name one song of a Heresy. Even though I listened to it several times. Among the Living, though, that's actually my favorite Anthrax album. So, but it's got the hits, man. Candlemass, I Am the Law, fucking Indians. It's like that's my go-to comfort album for Anthrax. So that's an easy one for me. So,
Okay.
Anthrax.
I mean, I certainly have a lot more history and love with Anthrax on that Among the Living. That was a teenage. I remember buying the tape when it came out and spinning the absolute shit out of it. But that Heresy album is great. A little more of a new charm to it, and it's got a total German thrash vibe. It's so good. It's such a great record. You know what? If I cleave Among the Living, I still have Persistence of Time. So I'm going to cleave Among the Living just because I've heard it a million times, and I'm going with Paradox. It's a great. I only own 2 Paradox records. They're both good, but I wouldn't. This is the better of the 2 that I own. So I'm going Paradox on this one.
Okay.
Another one of those German bands I don't hear mentioned all too much. I hear about all the Teutonic bands, but I don't hear Paradox mentioned all that much.
Yeah, Paradox does get overlooked with, they're part of the German Big Five, maybe, but yeah, they don't get the respect they deserve.
Oh crap! I lost my place again. Damn it! Here we go. Brian, we've done that Pestilence versus Asphyx. We've done.
I mentioned that to Brian.
Oh, here we go. Peter Brickley, Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath versus Witch Finds Cloak and Dagger. I have not heard the Witch Find, so I'm gonna pick Don't Break the Oath hands down.
Yeah, it's a cool Witch Find album. I don't know if it's their best, but it's up there. I do like it quite a bit. That said, it's a bit of an uneven album. While it's got some really strong songs, it also has a couple of duds on it. So, yeah, it definitely, it's not in the same league as Merciful Fate's Don't Break the Oath. As much as Luther Belts wants to sound like King Diamond and does okay at it, they're no King. They're not on Merciful Fate's level. But it is a good Witch Find album.
Any dog in this hunt?
No. Witch Find is one of those bands I've been curious about. I've explored other bands from the area. Angel Witch. Again, I'm slowly weaning into. But Merciful Fate just right there. I mean, that's a
it's hard to knock Merciful Fate down. It
Plus
can be done.
Still break
but
the
it's
oath.
not easy.
Here's a really good pairing here from Gavin Hill for Rick, but we can all chime in on this, I think. Morgion's Solinari or Evokin's Embrace the Darkness. 2 great U.S. Doom bands.
Getting a little funeral here.
Yeah.
Cool.
U.S. funeral too.
Rick, we'll let you take the lead on this one.
I was just listening to Solinari today, actually. Evokin, I have not listened to that album in quite a while, actually. Evokin's one of those bands where I kind of go to periodically, but Morgan too, but they don't have a extensive catalog. Evokin has more albums, and they're quite dense too. Whereas Morgan, it's I think I go to them because of just the way the harshness of the vocals and the atmosphere, just the way they kind of come together. But Evokin, I'm gonna say just from my history, I spent a lot more time with Morgan. Just back in early, that's what introduced me to a lot of early U.S. death doom. So I'm gonna side with Morgan on this one, just because I just spent a lot more history with it. Okay. I can't give that one up. I can't give a Solinari.
Marty, what do you think?
Oh, this is a really good pairing. Really solid.
Mm-hmm.
Evokin has not put out a bad record.
No, they haven't.
Neither band. But Evokin has a bigger catalog.
Much bigger catalog, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. I if I cleave this one, there's other great Evokins to go with. The Morgion has less to choose from, so I'm going to go Solinari for sure.
It's Embrace the Emptiness, I think is what he meant, right? Embrace the Darkness.
Yes, it's Embrace the Emptiness technically, but
Yeah.
this one, yeah, it's pretty clear which one you meant.
That's the debut, isn't it?
Yes, it's their first one. Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's a good pairing, but it's also an easy choice. Embrace the Emptiness, it's not my favorite in Evoken's catalog. They haven't made any bad ones, but Embrace the Emptiness is not, in my top 1 or 2 for Evoken. Solinari, though, is one of my favorites of this entire style. That album has a little bit of that magical quality about it that you don't come across many albums that do it quite as well as that. It's got the heaviness, but it's also got this weird kind of cosmic quality to about it, and it's very subtly weaved into the music. It's just one of those very special albums. I like the band's other albums as well, but whatever they did on Solinari, they never quite got that formula to work out again on the other 2 discs. So yeah, Solinari definitely wins out on this for sure.
I remember when I was in art school, I got the MP3s, but and those Napster days, and I would play Morgan in the background, and people would fucking come in and be like, "This is the most beautiful fucking shit ever." That was those atmospheric moments. I mean, then the growls would come in, like, "Okay, I got ugly again." It was just fun to watch their faces.
Yeah, but even the heavier, growlier moments on that album, it still works really well within the context of those songs and music. I'm sure it's jarring for people not used to heavy metal, but Solinari is just an amazing record. So definitely we'll keep that.
I feel like I should have went to Vulcan because they're from New Jersey, which is where I grew up. You know what I mean? So like, I feel like I'm betraying my home state here, but I don't know. But Vulcan was not on my radar back in the day. I didn't know about that band, too much later.
All right.
Jason, thank you very much to Jason for throwing a few bucks our way. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Everybody, thank you. We're jumping over the fence over to Kellen's here. U.S. Power Metal, 1985, Attacker, Battle at Helm's Deep versus Liege Lord, Freedom's Rise. Good pairing.
Yeah, 2 albums that don't get talked about as much as they probably should.
Right.
I'll jump on this one first because I know which one I'm going to pick. I want to pick the Liege Lord album. I like that first album by them quite a bit. It's not my favorite. I'll take Master Control over that one from Liege Lord. I don't have anything against the Attacker record, but it was never one that really blew me away as much. Some folks really rave about that album, and that's cool that they dig it that much. I don't have it on quite that. It's not on that upper echelon for me, though. The Liege Lord probably doesn't get to the top tier, but it's a step or 2 above the Attacker, in my opinion. So I'll keep that one.
I actually got into Liege Lord before, we got into the Hellstar thing, and I think that's what appealed to me. When I listened to Hellstar, it reminded me a lot of what the stuff that Liege Lord was doing, which again, which kind of hit that side of the brain that I really like. I don't know Attacker actually figures because it's Kellen. He'll put out something I don't know. Thanks for that. As a matter of fact, I actually have Freedom's Rise in I have a seller right now, my Discogs, so that's actually in my card at the moment, which I'm
cool
considering buying. I had Burn My Touch, Burn to My Touch.
Get my heat, get into my touch.
Great. Again, though I considered, which for a while I thought that was the debut. See, I have a problem. I can't figure out which was the debut, but it's actually that one. So, but I think just for familiarity, I love Liege Lord. I don't know Attacker. So in this case, like if I were to chop one up, I'm gonna just stay with the Liege Lord on this one.
For me, I mean, if you cover art, I mean, Attacker wins hands down. That some of the most poorly drawn shit ever, but
that's some classic early Metal Blade non-art going on there.
Yeah, but I got to go with Attacker on this one. I've got Burn to My Touch by Liege Lord. That's the only Liege Lord I own. I have heard Freedom's Rise. It's really great, but I'm a little more familiar with Battle at Helm's Deep, so I got to go with them for sure.
So this is token themed speed metal. Like, I'm trying to.
It's power metal-ish. It is pretty.
Yeah, it leans into the faster side on power metal. It's I don't remember it having tons of Tolkien themes, but there's a little bit there. The title, of course, but it's not like a speed metal summoning or anything.
Ah, this album, yeah, you guys have shown this. I don't forget who was showing it, but it's got that really bad font. it's just like it could have went fucking something really metal. They went with fucking Times New Roman for like I don't know what it is, but for the actual title, which is kind of lame. But it's got the album, the cover itself. It's just fucking it's like it's so bad that it's good.
Thank you, Low Noise Jason Skills. I just want to say, last week I was banning porn bots, and as the chat moved, you accidentally got banned.
Yes,
and I'm sorry. I fixed it, obviously, and thank you for that. Sorry about banning you last week. It took me a second to figure out how to fix it, but
well, here, Jason put a pick in a couple of posts down. So
oh, he did. Okay,
yeah, let's go ahead and pull that one up for him. And it's interesting pair: Battle Axe, Power of the Universe versus Armored Saints, Delirious Nomad. Two albums I haven't heard in a long time, but yep, a nice pair for sure. And oh, there's Rick.
My connection took a crap.
Oh, no worries. We got you. Let's see, Jason. On this pair, I think I actually go with the Battle Axe on this one. Both of these are good albums. Neither of them, are going to make a top 10 list for me, to be honest. But I like some of the stuff on the Battle Axe album. Chopper Attacks, kind of a cool, heavy one. I kind of like the way they do the vocals on that stuff. Armored Saints, one of those bands for me that I need to revisit. I need to give them a real second chance. They've just never impressed me as much as they do most people. Their albums just never quite sound heavy enough. Maybe that's very unfair. I like John Bush. I love his voice. I just can't get into a ton of Armored Saint material for reasons. This is another one. It's not you, Armored Saint. It's me. I'm just not emotionally involved enough in this relationship for some reason. So I'll actually go with the more obscure Battle Axe album. Either of you guys, what do you think in this choice?
I have never heard Battle Axe.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a bit of an obscure one.
And again, I gotta salute the love that Armored Saint gets, man. So many people love this band, and again, I'm kind of with you on this, Alan. I don't hate them. I own 3 or 4 of their albums now, and they're all good. They're not terrible, but they're just really blah. We're just really blah. I don't know.
I just have the one album, Raising Fear. But I don't have Delirious Nomad. Battle Axe, I don't know. I do like Raising Fear. I don't love it. It's it's okay. I mean, I like John Bush. He's kind of there, but
he can sing. He's a good singer.
But if I had to choose one, I'm gonna have to go with the one I'm familiar with. I mean, I know Armored Saint sound, but I don't know Battle Axe.
Yeah.
Right.
Poor Armored Saint. I'm just not getting a break.
Yeah, they're not getting any love at the heavy metallurgy. Sorry, guys.
They're like the really nice, friendly kid in the '80s teen romance movie who, the lead actor or actress is just always looking right past them because they're all enamored, with that sexy German speed metal band, and they just won't give any attention to the homegrown boys because they're just not quite edgy enough.
Right.
Poor Saint.
We got Tom throwing some more money our way, so we're going to throw him in here. The last one. Battle of the Dumb. Mentors, you asked for it versus Pile Driver, Metal Inquisition.
I like it. At 12:30, this is a good time to throw this one into the mix. Absolutely. Yep. I'll jump on this one right away. Pile Driver. It's a fun album, and if folks don't know the story behind it, that's what you should go look into the Pile Driver story this weekend on the internet. It was one of these kooky non-bands that the label tried to pass off as this really over-the-top extreme thing, and it was really
members of Virgin Steel.
Yeah, it was just a couple of guys sort of farting around, and but it they pulled it off for a little while. This album, kind of got a bit of hype for a while as like a crazy new album that people were raging about. But yeah, then over time it kind of trickled out. They did a second album that was not very strong, and folks started to wonder what was going on. But yeah, the first album is really, really fun. Just the cover alone, where it's got this big like Man-O-War reject using his guitar like a pile driver going through some little nerd skull laying on the floor.
Looks kind of like Nasty Ronnie from Nasty Savage.
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah,
I just looked them up. They're Canadian, right?
It's Canadian.
That's why they're weird.
It was totally sort of a spoofy joke thing, but even that aside, it still makes for a pretty fun listen. So I'll take the pile driver.
I'm looking at the lyrical themes as death, sex, evil, metal.
I mean, in hindsight, looking at it, it's kind of like, it should have been more obvious to folks that this was meant to be a lot more like S.O.D. than it was, Possessed or Slayer or something. But I could say it was the 80s. We didn't have the internet to help us figure these things out very quickly sometimes. Marty, what do you think?
Pile driver for me. It's fun. Mentors is fun too, but
sure,
they're just a different realm of sleaze that I don't really. I don't even own any Mentors. I've heard that record. I've heard a handful of them for sure.
Yeah.
But well, we're getting on the 3.5 hour mark. Let's pick just a handful more and knock it on the head for the night. We've loved doing this tonight. You guys have really showed up and laid down some really cool picks for sure. And thank you for all the donations. That was super sweet of you folks. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah,
but
we were totally joking about that at the start.
Kind of joking. No, it's totally cool. We really appreciate it. The money goes to, keep the ball rolling down the road. So
Marty's sitting here behind his show me the money.
You didn't just do the donation questions. You did all the other ones too. So
yeah, we've worked in as many as we could without just. We don't want to just do them, rapid like this or this. Move on to the next one. That that's no fun. We want folks to be able to hear.
There's some really good stuff here. It's just
think it through too.
Just so you guys know, my mouse is acting funny, so it's just why I wasn't able to reply to a lot of you guys. But there's some really good responses here tonight. It's just better than usual, really. This is pretty cool.
There's been tons and tons of stuff. Jamie's got a cool one if I can find it. Jamie, where's your post at? Dagnabbit. Marty, if you've got one, go ahead and I'll see if I can find Jamie's in the list here.
Well, here's one for Nundo7781, The Abyss, The Other Side versus The Abyss, Summon the Beast. They put out 2 albums. It's basically Hypocrisy. They all traded instruments and made a black metal band, very much in the vein of Marduk as far as speed, really fast blasting. There's not many degrees of separation there. Peter played guitar on tour with Marduk for a while when someone couldn't make it. The Other Side or Summon the Beast. I think I like The Other Side a little bit better. I like the songwriting a little bit better. The Summon the Beast is a bit more super fast blasting. I'm going to go with The Other Side. They're both great records. I don't dislike either of them, but
yeah, I'm not sure I heard the second one. I had the first one and I liked it. You're right. It had, the Marduk worship kind of thing going on, but I don't remember ever hearing the second one. So I guess I can't really compare the two. I hadn't even thought of that album in a good time. So that's cool. Yeah. To have that kind of dredged back up.
I know of the project, but I've not really, I couldn't tell you which one it's better or even be in a position to pick one. But I feel like these kind of projects are a good outlet to do something a little different. It's kind of what we talked about earlier with John doing the black, kind of do something different from like the dissection sound. I feel like these bands get together and do something a little bit outside of what they normally do. And this is a really good example of, just kind of getting away from, again, I like what I heard, but I can see the reason why something like this, but they haven't done anything since the 90s, right? As far as I'm aware.
Those came out late 90s, maybe just barely early aughts for the second one. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
About the second one.
Yeah, I don't know the date
I think
exactly.
they're still listed as active, right? They didn't even really officially break up the project. I think there's still a chance they might put something out.
Yep. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Res Metal, I was just gonna select yours and then you paid, so thanks. I just found them. Like, oh, I missed this one. So yeah,
I should have known that one was coming. There you go.
did we all pick on that one? Yeah, we all did.
I think so. We did. Yeah.
The Chuck
Res
stuff.
Metal podcast. Everybody go check them out. Very cool podcast. Death, Sound of Perseverance versus Control Denied, Fragile Art of Existence. Good pick.
Yeah. I know what I'll pick. So yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in and let y'all chew on it for a minute. For me, I'll pick Sound of Perseverance. Control Denied was interesting. It was interesting to see, Chuck step further away from the death metal. Although, I mean, he had obviously, covered a lot of ground and drifted far away from the original sound. The one thing about Control Denied was the vocalist on that, I've always heard he's a very nice guy and he's not a bad singer, but he's never been one of my more favorite singers. Not trying to crap on the guy at all, but I've heard him in a couple of different projects and his voice it's just not quite my thing. I remember, listening through Control Denied and just thinking, I wonder what this would have sounded with somebody else singing it. So I'll have to take the death over Control Denied and that the vocal was, it's not that it's a deal breaker. It's not that it makes the album bad. I can't quite get into that guy's voice on a lot of the time. There are some exceptions, like he's on some of the Pharaoh records, and there are times he really shines through, but sometimes he leaves just a little bit to be desired for me. It's not you. I think his name's Tom, if I remember right. So it's not you, Tom. It's me.
They didn't go through the sequence of putting out a demo, maybe an EP, before they went right to the full length. It's like, I
think they did, because by that point, Chuck already was kind of working on a clock, or working against the clock, rather.
Yeah.
So I don't think they necessarily had a ton of time to work on refining the Control Denied either. But it was something he had worked on for a while. I mean, it's not like he threw it together overnight. And I cannot type now.
What about you, Rick?
I'm gonna go with Death on this one. I got both albums, but it's like Alan said, Control Denied. It felt like more of a, we got very good accomplished musicians on this. But I think the only weak link was the vocals on this. I do love the music on it, but as far as what it was,
sorry, Rick. His name's Tim Amar. So sorry, I didn't want to. I'm crapping on the guy, and I didn't even get his name right. Let me at least get his name right. Tim Amar. He has sounded good on some things. On this album, his voice didn't work.
I think he was only on one other band before this that I'm aware of. He didn't have like a long resume, So I don't know how they went about this guy. But I think with as far as Death and that being their last album, I feel like it's not everybody's favorite. I feel like it's probably the most out there of all their albums and just more progressive and kind of just, Chuck getting his ideas out. But I mean, I still like it. It's I don't think Death has a bad album. But just for what it is, I'm going to go with the death metal one. So Death for me.
Yeah, both of these albums, initially, I didn't care for them when they came out. Sound of Perseverance, Chuck's voice was too weird. Obviously, he didn't want to scream anymore. I'm with Alan. I wasn't a big fan of Tim's vocals on Control Denied. I've gotten to like it a little bit more over the years, but I got to side with Sound of Perseverance on that one for sure. This one made me laugh, Gavin. Thank you so much. Niflheim versus Hair Club for Men. Yeah.
Now, if you would have went. If you would have went Strapping Young Lad for Hair Club for Men, that also would have been acceptable.
Right.
Yeah. Here's I found the one I wanted a second ago that Jamie posted. A couple of sort of old new wave of British heavy metal classics. So Jamie knows how to get my attention. Savage, Loose and Lethal versus Jaguar Power Games. Don't know if y'all have any horse in this race or not.
Nope, I have not heard either one of those.
There's two things. Alan will know. There's two things I love on covers: is tanks and checkerboards.
Yep. And one of these things pushes both of Rick's buttons.
Checkerboard.
I love that Jaguar art.
Yep.
You need to combine them. You need to start a band and combine the two. A tank on a checkerboard. That'd be fucking sweet.
And that's what Jaguar did. It's already been done. Rick would just be doing a Jaguar tribute band. A Jaguar cover tribute
I'm
band.
going to be the only YouTuber that's going to put up a checkerboard video on metal albums. We can see.
Yeah, I have literally sent Rick names of random metal albums that have checkerboards on the cover for this project.
Awesome.
I know about this fetish. But
I don't know the Savage, but the Jaguar, I fucking love that album, man. It's great new age of a British heavy metal. It's just a great album.
Yeah, Jamie, for me, this one is definitely the Jaguar album. And I suspect a lot of folks would probably pick the Savage. While I like Savage, there's something about that album that always leaves me a little bit wanting. It's not a bad album at all, but it was a little disappointing on first listen. And I feel like I've never quite gotten over that because the band is called Savage. The album's called Loose and Lethal. The cover's got like this, skull-crested zombie motorcycle rider swinging chains and busting heads. It looks like, something out of a Mad Max movie. It looks like it should be an over-the-top screamer of an album. And when you play it, it always feels like the band is kind of stuck on 8 and they never quite push it to 10. And it's just always bothered me about that album a little bit. Not a bad album at all. It's got some very good tracks. This title track is great. But I just feel like a lot of times when I listen to the album, it's like, why won't you take the governor off and floor it? Just give it a little more push. Whereas Jaguar, during that era, they know how to just fucking bang it out. Some of that early Jaguar stuff is like proto thrash metal. Now, later Jaguar is more like proto wham metal. We're not going to talk what happened to Jaguar on their next album because there are certain things that shall not be named. Voldemort, that other Kardashian girl, the fat one that mysteriously disappeared before their show got to contract, and that fucking This Time album from Jaguar. So yes,
I'm kind of regretting my Savage decision now. Carl Colger says I would love the Savage cover, so I just looked it up real quick. It's like a Painkiller in a fucking fantasy novel with space and just you look at the album, you read the name, the title, everything about that album tells you this should just be like one of the most awesome chunks of metal ever. And it ends up being like a very good chunk of metal. And it always leaves me wanting just a bit. Whereas, Jaguar, it's got a tank on a fucking chessboard. There's no way that's not going to smoke. And it does. So yeah, Jaguar for me. I've spent enough time with this one. Thanks, Jamie. Marty, let's get through a few more before we got to hit it on the head for the night.
Yep, I got a good one here. Brian threw up. Caius, welcome to Sky Valley versus Sleep's Holy Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
I can start off if you guys want to ponder it for a second.
Go ahead then, Marty. Yep.
I have never understood the fascination with people have with Sleep. I think that Sleep Holy Mountain, the first song, Dragnaut or whatever, is great. The rest of the album is boring. Jerusalem, or what they call it, Dope Smoker, came out initially on a different label as Jerusalem. Boring as shit. The same riff for 40 fucking minutes. I don't know.
That's the thing, Marty. You gotta be under some kind of funtertainment substance to enjoy that album. Like it's just something you can't be on the other.
On the other hand, Caius Sky Valley, welcome to Sky Valley, is one of those albums in the universe that is a perfect riff album. That album is so well written. Every riff is gold. It is great. It is a great record. If you're into that, desert stoner rock type stuff, that is the poster child for it, as far as I'm concerned. Sleep, I don't hate Sleep. I just don't get why they're so huge. I just don't. But anyway, Caius for me all day. That album rules. So good.
Brian himself sent me a copy of that Sky Valley CD, and
it's great.
It is, and I'm gonna have to side with that one just because, again, I just have a lot more history with it, and it's just like you said, it's a riff fest that's just delicious.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with Marty on this one. I've never got into Sleep at all, but that Caius album's a monster. I kind of go back and forth on whether I like it or Blues for the Red Sun better. I think Blues has a couple of better individual songs, but as an entire album, Sky Valley is hard to beat. That's a killer of an album.
Okay.
Home stretch.
Home stretch. We'll do what? How many more? 2 more?
Let's do 3 more.
3 more. Human Falafel. Nazem, Inhale, Exhale versus Pig Destroyer, Prowler in the Yard. Good choice. Good choices.
Can't help you on this one, Falafel. Sorry. I'll leave it to the experts.
I know my answer, but I'm going to hate just because, it'll contradict what I said earlier, just because I love Pig Destroyer, and Prowler in the Yard's probably my favorite album, but that Nazem album is just legendary.
It's perfect, man.
Fucking legendary.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to go with Nazem on this one.
Nazem for me. That is such a well-written, well-produced. Even though there's a bunch of songs and the songs are short, the songs are so well-written, and they had such a hard-hitting attack to them.
Yep.
It's not grindcore at its most manic. It is. There's a bit of death metal in it, that heavy ass guitar production. Man, you can't. That Prowler in the Yard's great, but Inhale Exhale beats it easily. That's a good one. Okay, let's see here. Scrolling.
Just 2 more.
We got some.
Sorry, people.
Yep.
What's that? What, Rick?
We got some Pig Destroyer picks here. Interesting.
Yeah, some folks were taking the Pig Destroyer over the Nazem, I noticed.
Really?
Simon says he likes the other Nazem a little bit better.
Really? Wow.
For sure.
Okay. A lot of comments. We need a.
See. Oh, here's a good one that from earlier. If you're looking for one, Marty.
Yep.
Okay, this was another one from Metal Scavenger. Whiplash, Power and Pain versus Exodus, Bonded by Blood.
Well, I mean, Bonded by Blood, I've had it since I was a kid. I loved it. But I got to say, I think Power and Pain's a much better record. Better songs. East Coast versus the West Coast. I got to go with the East Coast on this one. Power and Pain for me.
Okay. Rick?
I know Whiplash is the band with the bad album covers.
Oh, yeah.
Or great album covers.
Depending how you want to see it. Although Bottom by Blood, it's a little bit on the tacky side, too, when it comes to
Oh, yeah.
which version. It's like the spermatozoid under the microscope or the babies, right? But Whiplash has never been a band I've really got acclimated to. And I should. The way you guys talk about them, it's, but that Exodus album, that's what I'm very familiar with. It's not my favorite Exodus album, but just for, again, familiarity, I'm gonna have to go with Exodus on this one.
That's fair. This one's closer than I thought it would be for me, which was something that, Scavenger actually had in his comment. If it was Ticket to Mayhem, it'd be no contest. Ticket to Mayhem is easily my favorite Whiplash album, but I know I'm in the minority on that. Most folks do choose Power and Pain. The title track on Bonded by Blood is a classic. At the same time, Spit on Your Grave is on the Whiplash album. Yep.
Stage Dive.
Yeah, it's a hard call. I'm glad to see that Whiplash, does come up in the conversations on a regular basis now, because that's a band that for a long time I'd be like, hey, anybody into Ticket to Mayhem? And people would be like, dude, do you mean like Euronymous or something? It's like, no, not that Mayhem. Fuckers.
They're known as the real Mayhem. That's what it is.
Yeah. And like you, Rick, this is not my favorite Exodus album. And it's actually an Exodus album I was pretty late to. For whatever reason, it's I heard some other Exodus albums, well before this one. So this wasn't like my introduction to them or anything. So It's kind of close. I probably would take the Whiplash, but it is a close call. Scavenger did a good job of finding two that line up nicely rather than making it easy by switching one of them out for a stronger album. So yeah, I'll take the Whiplash by just a little bit.
Sweet.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Marty, I think we're on our last one then.
All right, we'll end with low noise Jason skills. Blood Feast, Kill for Pleasure versus Tyrant, Legions of the Dead. Another 80s pick from my collection.
That's a good pick.
It's a good pick.
Been a while since I heard the Blood Feast. Let me double check.
Oh, it's so good. Awesome. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. I saw it
Classic.
on CD a while back and failed to buy it fast enough.
Yeah, another Jersey band.
Yep. And they were kind of proto-death too. I mean, it was thrash, no doubt.
They were at the heavier end of the spectrum.
The heavier end of it, yeah. Oh, for me, it's Kill for Pleasure. That album shits on the Tyrant, as far as I'm concerned. Tyrant's good, but Blood Feast, they just had an insane vocalist, crazy, awesome songs. All he wants to do is chew. I mean, some super cool, funny lyrics. I don't know. Blood Feast, I've always been a fan. I'm not as familiar with their reformation. I bought their comeback album. It was good. Wasn't the same. It was good, but it wasn't the same. I kind of stopped after that.
Yeah.
The Legions of the Dead is probably my favorite Tyrant, but I just love Blood Feast, especially early Blood Feast, and just how unhinged it is. Something about the energy and just the thrashiness. I'm going to go with Blood Feast for this one.
I think I'm stuck on this one. I kind of want to pick the Blood Feast, but the Tyrant albums, while they're not, again, they're not going to make the top 10 list, but they are, both those first two are good albums. And no, I still haven't got around to hearing the one that the dude from Solitude Aeternus sings on.
That's a really good one. You should definitely pick that one.
Yeah, this one's got Battle of Armageddon. It's got Listen to the Preacher is quite good.
Listen to the Preacher.
Yeah, it's kind of good. I think I'm definitely more familiar with Tyrant than Blood. It's been a long time since I played Blood Feast. I'll go with I'm going to pick Tyrant here. I might another time if I go play Blood Feast, I might regret that. But for right now, where I'm at, yeah, I'll take Tyrant. Final answer.
Okay, Rick, did you pick on this one?
Yeah, I went with Blood Feast.
Oh, right on. Okay, well there you have it. Damn it, that was so much fun. Everybody, thank you for hanging out with us and.
Holy crap, I've been doing this for 4 hours.
All your donations have been greatly appreciated. Y'all rule. We really appreciate you guys and ladies. Yeah. The 0.3% of you ladies that watch.
Mel says thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
And Melanie
Mia,
and all the others.
And Melanie and Mia.
Yeah. Wendy, Autumn.
I did have a couple little polls right before we jumped on the stream. If you guys want to see what I would have shown.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. And while you get those out, Rick, a couple of quick shout outs. I don't think Metal Neanderthal's on any more. He asked early on about Tokyo Blade's first album versus Tiger Pantang's first album. I've been thinking about that for 2 hours now, and I still don't know which one to pick. So
you should have pulled it up. It
kind of got buried. I had it typed here on the side to come back around to, but when he posted it, he said, I've got to go, but here's one for you to think about. And damn it, Neanderthal, if you're watching this later on, yes, you really got me stuck on that one. I still don't know what to do. Also, Storm Rider had a good one he posted maybe before we went live tonight that we didn't get to. That maybe we'll circle back around to for another episode. But yeah, Storm Rider, that was a good one we just did not get to. I'm sorry. But yeah, Rick, go ahead. What else did you have in mind if we needed some stopgaps?
All right. So pick two out of Sweden, and there's melodic death metal and one of my favorite melodic death metal albums right here. So this is The Gallery by Dark Tranquillity.
Yeah.
Great album.
And Horacle.
That's a good pair.
Where'd you go?
That is a good pair.
I like Horacle more than most folks seem to. A lot of folks seem a little down on that album, but I like it.
If that was just a race, that would have been my pick, but nah.
Oh, that's why
I
this
knew
is a
you
good
were going
pair.
that way.
Yeah.
I didn't pick it.
Yeah, no, that's why this is a good pair. It's not that easy. Gallery is very good, but it's probably my second favorite Dark Tranquillity. It's not my favorite Dark Tranquillity.
The debut is very good.
The debu's good, but Mind's Eye is very, very good as well. Mind's Eye is one. If it was Mind's Eye, I'd pick that. No questions asked.
I think the chat has Horacle as the favorite here.
Okay, that's cool to see.
Dark Tranquillity in there too, popping up.
Okay, this one there. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, both are good albums. Boy, that is a good pair, Rick.
I had to sit here. I'm like, you know what? I'm really curious what might be the turnout on this one.
Yeah. I would probably, it is late and don't want to drag it out too long. My gut says I pick Horacle to keep, but it's real close. Horacle is maybe just a little more, well, both albums are kind of lively and energetic. There's maybe a little more variation on the Horacle album than on the Gallery. So I'll pick Horacle by just a whisper.
I'm going with the Gallery on that one. Horacle's good for sure. Man, I just prefer Just a Race. That to me is their last truly absolutely perfect album. So yeah. Yep. Dark Tranquillity for me.
All right. So I love this one, but like you said, Just a Race is for me a little above this one. But
sure.
This one here, I just love the energy on this one and just how kind of a mixed bag that it is. Just Michael coming on board, very welcome. I think he first came on with the EP before this one, but this is being the first full length. I just love the energy in it. The band's kind of hit here and there for me, but this album's special to me.
It's very good. Very, very good.
Tim. That drunken chicken has finally been reaped. Long live the dolphin.
We have a new mascot, apparently.
Do you want to show one more that you you took the time to figure out since you said it was hard?
Here's one. I'm gonna stick with Sweden here. I'm just picking out. So I got Tiamat Sumerian Cry, Therians of Darkness.
Ah, yeah.
Nice.
I love that Therian record. I love it. It's young kids.
It's so raw.
I love it.
Just primal, just vicious.
Yeah.
But same thing with Tiamat, especially when you know what they sound like today. You go back to this, it's so jarring.
Oh yeah, I mean both bands moved light years away from those two albums. Yeah, I've got a little more of an attachment to the Therian album, so I would pick that one for more just again personal sentimental reasons as much as anything.
I got to go with the Therion for me.
Therion for Marty.
Therion for me too.
All right.
Jack actually he paid for this and I forgot to post it. Y'all gonna get around to that Heaving Earth versus ATVM. What was the hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm looking for it. Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, I completely missed that one, Jack. Sorry.
0-1 this round according to the chat.
Here it is. Heaving Earth, Darkness of God versus ATVM Famine. I don't know either one of those releases.
I don't know either one of these bands. So
Heaving Earth. Where are they from?
I'm gonna look them up real quick. Heaving Earth.
You look up Heaving Earth, I'll look up ATVM, and we'll try to figure this one out.
Heaving Earth.
Darkness of God.
Is that the one you picked?
that a Czech Republic?
2022 album. 77% rating. Of course, it's only one. ATVM.
ATVM, it's they're on Bandcamp. It's actually called Famine, Putrid, and Fucking Endless. Yeah.
Wow. Not a pretty atypical cover. Interesting. Well, if anything, Jack, you really kind of threw us for a loop on this one because I've never heard of either of these bands.
Yeah.
Although Simon has given it the thumbs up. Atum.
Yeah, I'm really curious now.
It's a British band, active since 2012. This is their one full-length album, and it's an independent release from 2021. Huh.
I'm gonna throw one more at you guys, and that is black metal with keyboards. I don't think I've shown any black metal. So I've got Covenants, Nexus Polaris.
Oh, I hate that record.
Well,
I know
Already cleaved. Already cleaved.
We got Diabolical Masquerade's Nightwork.
Oh, that's a good album. I'm going Diabolical on that one.
yeah. If it was the first Covenant album, we might have a conversation. But Nexus. And it's funny because Nexus was a huge album at the time. I mean, that album got so much attention when it came out. But yeah, then the Nightwork album, that one is pretty cool. I do like that one.
That's my favorite one. The one after this is pretty good too. It's a little weird.
The soundtrack, Death's Design.
Yeah.
Yeah. Swano got his hooks in that one pretty hard, I think.
I guess Hellhammer hasn't swayed you guys for this one.
No, that like Alan said, the debut in Times Before the Light is really good.
Not
but
bad,
that one got a real frou-frou with the keyboards, really cheesy. I didn't care for it.
I figured because it came out the same year, both albums. So I figure what you guys might think of it, considering keyboard heavy centric and a little out there and a little different.
Yep.
But all right.
Well, cool. Rick, thank you for joining us on this the Torture Rack sessions, and
you've earned your stripes tonight.
Yeah, you earned your stripes tonight.
Sorry, guys. I feel like I might have been really like 50% of that just shows you just the shit that the chat throws at you, man. So what do you guys think of this? This is the first time you got this format, right? This is the first time we've done it. Yeah.
Yes.
You feel like this is something you want to try again?
I think it was a ton of fun.
Oh, totally. Do it. I think this is the best way to do the Keeper Reap, for the fact that our collection is only so big, and every time we do a Keeper Reap, it's harder to pick, something.
Yeah, we start stepping on choices that we've already proposed, or very minor variations. But opening it up, people are going to pick other things we hadn't thought of. Like the Abyss is a band I hadn't thought of in ages. Steve's the Led Zeppelin 4 versus Black Sabbath 4, that was a really cool pairing. I would never have thought to put those two against each other. So lots of cool stuff came out of the woodwork tonight. Thanks to everybody who's posted. Apologies to folks who posted pairs that we just did not get to, or that got lost in the chat. We've covered as much ground as we could over the last 4 hours, but yes, we can certainly give this another try at some point. I think folks have had fun with it. I know I have.
Yeah, and again, all the people that donated, again, it was not necessary, but you did, and thank you so much. It was very cool of all you.
You guys are awesome, man. I love this community. You guys are everybody in the chat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're building a hell of a community here, folks, and we really appreciate it. And for those of you that are not familiar with the Dreadful Minutes, please go check out Rick's channel. The link is in the description. If you're not familiar with Alan's channel, which if you're watching this on the regular, you totally are, definitely go subscribe to Let's Talk Metal. I've been seeing a spike in subscriptions again. If you're new to the channel, hello.
Yes, Rick's channel, I mean, if you haven't figured it out by now, Rick's got an awesome sense of humor. Rick also does as good a job as anyone at digging up cool stuff like on Bandcamp. Bands that are getting going and putting out good stuff, but just haven't gotten any attention yet. So many things.
You guys are too kind. I feel like I'm the laziest YouTuber.
So many things that I've bought on Bandcamp that are sitting on my Bandcamp wish list are straight out of Rick's videos. So yeah, he's really got a good ear to what's happening in the underground.
Tim said this is the third 4-hour Keeper Reap episode, so he would know.
Already? Oh yeah.
There's a lot of keeping and reaping.
There's a lot of keeping and reaping, a lot of ground covered for sure.
I had a lot of brain farts, but I'm buzzed, but I'm not drunk quite yet. I thought I'd be pretty drunk by now. I've had 2 drinks before the stream too, so I thought I'd be well ahead, but damn. I think I'm gonna listen to Sleep Dope Smoker after this.
There you go. That'll put you to sleep. No, real quick. Show notes. Wednesday coming up. We've got the album club. We'll be talking about Septic Flesh's The Ophidian Wheel with Kellen from Killing for Company and Jim from Iwas Recordings. So check it out. If you are unfamiliar with the Wednesday episodes, go to the channel. Go through we cover an album every week. They're fun and they're growing slowly, but we have a lot of fun. We talk for an hour about a release usually, so lots of fun. But yeah, cheers to everyone. We love you guys and girls. And we will see you next week. Thank you, one and all. We'll talk at you later.
Have a good weekend, everybody.